tell me, what do you find? This is what we know. Hi, Hal, it's nice to see you. Here, have a hot pot. Did you have a shower? Did you eat noodles today? Hi, Astro. Here, have a hot pot. By the way, what time zone are you in, Astro, again? Oh my god, there's a alarm going off in the background. I wonder if you can hear it. Moving at the night, tell me, do you find? Hi, BMO. Nice to see you. Here, have a hot pot. If I didn't say how are you? How are you? Hi, awful accuracy. It's nice to see you. Hi, Aaron. Have a hot pot. Hi, Zal. It's so nice to see all of you. You had a shower yesterday. Ate your spring rolls today. Oh my gosh, spring rolls. Those are so tasty. I almost had spring rolls yesterday. Yeah. You're good. Hope everything's doing well too. Yeah. How are all of you? If you like, how are you? So, moving towards the wind. Tell me what you want to see. You're super sweaty. Alright, it's really hot where you are, right? Do you have an AC? Or do they not do ACs in the Netherlands too much? We heard every inch of the grave that we tread on. Da, 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 da. Oh, you don't do ACs in the Netherlands, only in stores. AC is very American. Okay. Actually, when I grew up, I didn't have an AC, and I think in my the place I grew up, they still don't have an AC, but I'm lucky to be in an AC place now. No AC, gang. Not even in your car? I feel like I would suffocate if there was no AC in the car. That's amazing. Hi, Soul. Nice to see you. Here, have a hot pot. How are you? If you like, how are you? So, we wanted to go slowly for a while. Tell me what we knew. Each day. It's only like a couple of days a year. We'd actually use it, so not worth it. Okay. So only sometimes it's really bad. I see. I have a really old car from 1998. Wow, that's super old. That's before 9/11. Thank you for the head pat. That's before Powder was born. Let me think. If I were in mid-20s, it would let me before. You're doing good. Thank you. Yay! I'm glad. We heard that the stars slowly disappeared. We saw them fall into the waves. I wanted to see the moon that couldn't be. I'm praying for a blood red skies, silver stars and metal lions, phoenixes that fell into the ground, pushing daisies in our wake. Oh, sands of time. Oh, blood red skies circling overhead. These are our carrion cries. When am I going to draw at the end? I'm going to scribble feet again because I was insulted last time. So I'm going to scribble feet as cope. Thank you, Wom Wom. Hi, Wom Wom. Thank you so much. I'm so surprised. Happy. I heard it's nice to see you. How are you if you like it? And as for you, about the awful accuracy about the push-ups, I'll do that after we start. It's 9:05, so we're starting now. Oh, but let me turn off the screen. I mean, turn on the screen. Let me move the screen out of the way so we can start. This redeem seems way too cheap. Okay, I'll make it more expensive. It's only once. There's a limit on it. Once per stream. Okay. Let me turn the little picture bit off. Where is it? Start soon. Okay, there we go. Okay, did I sleep? Well, yeah, I slept for like 6 hours, but I feel very well rested, so it's okay. I didn't take a nap in the end. I stayed up, and then I collapsed in bed around like 12 a.m. Team 2 1,500 push-ups. You're doing good. Currently watching in a train going to convention. Wow, what kind of convention? Wait, I will scroll back up to see it. Still upset you didn't get your feet with pink and green toe jam. Okay, we can try this time. Okay, I'll do the push-ups. I'll do the 15 push-ups. So I won't be able to see you guys while I do the push-ups. So, I guess you'll just hear me for a little bit, and then I'll come back and read about your convention. I'm so curious, what kind of convention? Okay, I can't see you anymore. Wow, you're making me exercise early in the morning. But this is good for me. It's healthy for me, so don't feel bad if you do. Okay. Because it makes my wrists better. Actually, my wrists are already getting stronger from this. 2, 3, 4. We can do it together if you like. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yay! Okay, that's 15 push-ups. Let me get back up from the floor. Okay, I'm back. Hi! Oh, sorry about the microphone moving sounds, though, by the way. Yeah? It's a convention on the East Coast, Connecticut. Your friend convinced you to go because she wants you to buy some anime stuff for her. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Wow, Connecticut. Wait. Someone here lives in Connecticut. Oh, hi, Toru. Nice to see you, Toru. Ahayo. 大丈夫か? 大丈夫. 大丈夫. Here, have Toru. How are you? If you like, how are you? So, 大丈夫か? 大丈夫. How do you say it? Okay, I'll scroll up and see if I missed anything. I don't think I missed anything. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Let me start Honkai. But actually, I don't need to play Honkai anymore. My sister told me yesterday she didn't care about Honkai fandom anymore because she got over it. So I don't know anymore. I'm not even sure she's playing the game anymore. So, she called me yesterday and she was like, you know, I'm done. Like, it was a bad addiction, basically. I'm not doing Honkai anymore, fandom anymore. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what about your fanfic? And she's like, I already finished them. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, maybe we can still look at the fanfic later. But I don't know if she cares about Honkai anymore. She's sobered up. Yeah, no more Honkai fandom. It's okay. I'm about to have a 35 circumference with 15-inch thigh circumference. Actually, I do wonder, what is my bicep and thigh circumference? My thigh is exactly... I can exactly hold my thigh with my middle finger and my thumbs. Middle fingers and thumbs. I don't know how big that is, though. It looks like a big cookie. It looks like a really big cookie. That's the circumference of my thigh. Yeah, my thigh. That's the top part of your leg, right? Yeah. It is exactly my thigh. No, like the circumference, right? The I'm just short. I'm just short. Or I'm massive. I'm short. Middle fingers. Not one hand. Two hands. Two middle fingers, two thumbs, and then make a circle with both your hands. Not one hand. That's crazy. Two hands. No, not one. Not one hand. No. Man, if it were one hand, that's terrifying. I'd be scared too. I'd be like, oh my god, I need to eat more. Oh my god, I need to exercise and eat more. Well, I think we were gonna go talk to people there. Start navigation. Go teleport. Yay. You thought the 15-inch thigh circumference was real. I can't even tell. I need a measurement. It's approximately like like 3 inches larger than my my laptop monitor. My laptop. It's like 4 to 5 inches longer than my laptop monitor. Yeah, fatten you up. Just very thick. Okay, where were we going at Honkai? Yeah, I'm just short. I had a tasty steak today in the morning. Tasty steak stuff. Man, Korean people eat so much like meat. It's really nice. I never morning steak. Yep. Like not an actual steak, but you know, like steak-like thing. Like it tastes like a steak, but it's actually cut in cubes. So it's just meat, not like a whole slab of steak, but it tastes like steak. Look, it's Antonia. The miners and migrants are all in the same spot. I'm sure they're not arguing again. Quick, let's head over. You know, just for fun, I'm gonna change it to Japanese. Wait, does my computer have enough space in it? Just for fun, I want to change this to Japanese. How there eat some meat in the morning. Ugh. Gotta really chomp down on it and get your tongue in there. Yeah, JV download. No, I don't. I don't. Let's quickly download it. Just for fun. Here we go. I totally have the space, right? Hold on. I'm gonna quickly check my storage settings to make sure I have the space. Okay, there's my storage settings. Click. Why won't it open? No. Oh no. Oh no. It's not opening. Shoot, it's not working. The stream instantly started buffering. I'm so sorry. Maybe this was a bad idea. Can you still hear me? Or is my voice also stuttering? I have 90 gigs. I have 90 gigs in this computer. It's okay. Runtime error. I have 90 gigs. It was only for a second. Nice. Okay. We'll just keep downloading this. So I'm lagging. Okay, let me keep my face really still so it doesn't look like I'm lagging. It's so hard standing in one place, sitting in one place. You got more than one gig. Good to go. Yeah. No blinking. This is so hard. But I didn't Oh, I accidentally blinked. Oh, I blinked again. I didn't even realize I was blinking. Like, it just happens. I'm not manually unblinking. I lose all the staring contests on Emma. You could probably uninstall the Chinese language pack. That's probably a really good idea. I also need to clean up my computer if you don't have that much space. I have 90 gigs. It's okay. I have 90 gigs. Probably after this I'll have to actually clean up my computer and see where all that storage is. So I have recordings of these streams on my computer, so that's also taking up a ton of space and I need to delete them. Your laptop used to have only 10 to 15 gigs free for like 3 years, not only for the drive. Wow, that's not a lot. Recordings take up a lot of space. Yeah. Maybe move that to external. I wish. I don't have one. I don't have an external, like, storage space. Hey, do you know our data hoarders? I think they're so cool. I think they're super duper cool, but I don't have. I'm not like them. I don't have anything. You can buy an external hard drive if you wanna keep them. Ah, what a good. How much do they cost? How much do they cost? If they cost less than like $40, then why not? No more lost media. Yeah. Oh, hi, Torture. Hey, Torture. Here, have a head pat first, Torture. But Womp said they were going to a Connecticut. Do you know anything about it since you're in Connecticut? Okay, confirm. Yay. We switched to Japanese just for a while, just for fun. Honkai. Okay. I'm not lagging anymore, right? It's good now. And then they're Connecticut resident. Oh, you live in Connecticut. Like, I wasn't totally sure if you lived in Connecticut. I thought, like, you were maybe close to it, but I didn't know that you actually lived in it. Since it's a con. Connection? Never heard of it. Connecticut? Connecticut. No. Was I lagging? I couldn't tell. That was poetry. Oh, should I read poetry? I kind of want to read the poetry. I just forgot. Oh shoot, I keep switching to walking mode for some reason. Like, I keep pressing control. I don't know why I do that. Okay, you know what? Should I search up Connecticut? Okay, let's sidetrack. Let's sidetrack and take a look at Connecticut. I'm so curious. What is Connecticut Anime Con? Connecticon 2024. Connecticon.org. Pop Culture Convention. It's about 60/70 euro for an external hard drive. 65 euro to USD. Yeah. Oh, that's like $70. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. This was your first time hearing about it too. You got interested enough to go with some people. Oh, okay. Yeah. About the same in dollar. Yes. Thank you. Is it anime? Let's see. Yeah. I'm so curious. Maybe you could go, Torture. It's in Hartford, Connecticut. I don't know if that makes any difference to you. Only if you want to save them. Yeah, I do want to save them. So that's why I'm thinking about it. It's like precious memories. Some anime stuff you think. Let's see. How do you like info? How do you like find info about these things? I have never been to a con. Hartford? Drivable? Hartford? I'm gonna assume. You say Hartford like you know it. So they have a tabletop gaming schedule, and they have a tabletop gaming schedule, but I don't know where the anime stuff is. They have cosplay, but I don't know if that's anime. Yeah, you might be able to go. Cool. Oh my god. Maybe you guys can meet up. No, I mean, you could. Maybe you guys might pass each other, even talk to each other, and not even realize it. MS Paint shenanigans take over Hartford. Fandom showdown. Oh, hentai. Oh, okay. This looks promising. You think Silver Wolf's voice actor is oh, that's so cool. Seems like it's nerd stuff. Well, they do have the anime tag. They have the anime tag, so there's clearly something. There's clearly something. Furries too. Oh, okay. And let's click on the furries as well. Where's the furry tag? Oh, there it is. There's the furry tag. Silver. Well, do you think Silver will be in the furry tag? Help, my kid is a furry. Megan take cosplay furriers. That's so cute. You saw Zootopia. Oh yeah, me too. I saw it was like up here somewhere, right? Zootopia zebra. Do you ever watch shows with a jealousy the user has a sweet walkie-talkie? Oh my god, amateur radio. This is kind of cool. Thanks for doing research about the con for you. Yeah, no problem. This is so fun. Wow, that's so cool. Karaoke? Wait, where's the karaoke? Oh man, so this is what a con is like? They do so much more than I expected. You bought a walkie-talkie yesterday, eh? Oh, hey, that's so cool! Oh my god, a walkie-talkie! You could be like be like a spy, make like a spy, talk to your cousins and have fun with them. But what did you get the walkie-talkie for? For your nephew's birthday? Oh my god, they can be like spies. That's such a cool gift. A walkie-talkie. Is there an FAQ? What's your COVID-19 policy? Oh, I mean, I'm gonna assume they don't have to wear masks because it's been a while. Encouraged but not required. Yeah, basically it's whatever. Also bought some dino toys. Oh my god, dinosaur! Your nephew likes dinosaurs. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. You used to love playing with walkie-talkies. Aww. Aww. How old are you, Mom? What? Just out of curiosity. You don't have to answer that. It makes you uncomfortable. You don't have to answer that. But sometimes, whenever someone comes and they talk for a while, I can't help but ask. I can't help myself. Two stuffed animals for your nieces. Walkie-talkies were the coolest. Ah! Those are so nice. Every young boy loves to play with dinos powder. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't realize. I never interacted with young boys when I was young. 20, you're a little zoomer. Oh my god, I thought you were older. Hey, does that mean you're in uni or college right now? Mama? Is prop weapon allowed? What do I need to pick up my badge? Is there anything about anime? Yeah. Oh, what about Reddit? What about Reddit? What are they saying in Reddit? Where's the... Oh, celebrity sign guest panels. Let's see if we can find Silver Wolf's VA. Yeah? Yep, summer break though. Have a fun summer break. And take a good rest before you get back to it. 20 is almost Gen Alpha, literally, baby. Get the necrophilia out of your brain. Oh, that's what necro meant. Oh, hi, Jose. Nice to see you, Jose. And how are you? It's like my mail raid. It's like my mail. Hi. Oh, that's so cool. They're the awful. Oh, hey, that's so cool. It's highlighted. Hi, Lindsay. Nice to see you. Oh, that was not the raid message. I don't know what's whoopsies. Welcome. If you like how are you? We were going to play like Honkai, but I immediately got sidetracked to looking at this. Looking at this. Better than the first thing we came with. Oh my god. So Jose is part of the Sigma crowd. Oh, you meant necromancing dinosaurs. I like skeleton dinosaurs. There's this wonderful game called Dragon Fable where you have wait, no, dragons and dinosaurs aren't the same thing. Go follow Jose. See you in the panel Space Cowboy, alpaca stuff. Voice acting. Wait, what is the VA of Silver Wolf's name? Then we can go confirm the time. This seems to be what you care about. You're gonna get your siblings are coming over today and you're gonna game and eat McDonald's. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Wow. Have fun with your siblings. You said siblings, right? Yeah, have fun with your siblings. Have a good meal. I miss McDonald's. I want to eat McDonald's now. Just a little bit. Bye. Goodbye. Yeah, it was nice seeing you. One of my earliest memories of McDonald's was eating pancakes there. I was like 6 years old, and we all went over to McDonald's like every couple of months just to have their hot cake breakfast. Oh, thank you for reminding me to drink water. Just a little McDonald's, yeah. Yeah, I was saying bye too. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I wasn't sure either. How you ever eaten pancakes at McDonald's? Wonder if they have it in Finland. All right, you're a Finn. You're a Finn. No wait, that was another person who was a Finn. You're also a Finn. Bye to both of them. Ah, okay. Yeah, they probably have breakfast stuff at bigger Mackies. Bigger, so, but at the smaller ones, they don't. Are you a Finn? Awful accuracy. Are you are you from Finland? Well, let me just check something. This is the only thing I need to know about the Kineticon now. Who is Silver Wolf VA? You are Finn too, yes. Oh my gosh, 2 Finns. I know 2 Finns now. You wish your friends would want to go to something like this, but you don't think they would. Aww, your friends don't like cons. Can you grab the lesbian? Melissa Font. Okay, you're talking about the English one, right? The English VA is there? Melissa, tell her you need to insult awful, and tell him to give you money. Are Finns rich? He gets off on that. Wait, is that true? What? Is that true? Oh, maggot, to give me money. I'm so bad at insulting people. You think Zell spelled his name wrong? Zell, do you like that? You're talking about Findom. Who's Findom? Is Findom a human? No. Findom. Findom. Financial domination. Oh! Oh! I thought Findom was a human. Findom. Oh. Interesting. Findom. Not into that. Need to find a different Finn. Because of him being a Finn, though, I get it. We need to find another Finn. We need to find a different one. Maybe we need to find a rich American politician who is secretly watching and doesn't want anyone to know. Anyway, I couldn't find it, Melissa. Which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Yeah, Melissa Silverwolf, Connecticon. Let's see. Whatever. It's fine. I believe you. I just don't know where to find it. I'm only Baron Trump is watching this. Baron Trump. I know it's hard to have a daddy like yours. Come here and seek comfort. We'll give you all the love you ever wanted. Baron Trump, is that what he goes by now? He has a son, right? Trump has a son who's like super tall, named Baron Trump. Let me go talk to this person. No, he has? Yeah. Here, take it. I'm afraid we're short on goods and materials right now. Yeah, there's the... Yeah, let me go show you. I was just waiting for her to finish talking. Baron Trump. Oh, no. What's with the 2024? Baron Trump is this kid. Where is... You know what? Who is Baron Trump? Who is Baron Trump? Just to make sure. Baron Trump, the son of former U.S. President Donald Trump, is soon to finish his time at a private school. What? He needs to tone down that blush? Yeah. their cheeks are so sick. They toned it down over here a little. Oh, kind of cutie though. Yeah. Wait, Baron Trump height. Baron Trump height. He's very tall. How tall is Baron Trump? He's taller than his daddy. Look. Look, this is his dad's height, and his dad's already pretty tall. And this is his height. He's like very noticeably taller, and he is like leaning over here too. He looks like that one Succession character, Cousin Greg. Who's Cousin Greg? I've not watched Succession, so 6'5" maybe. Yeah. You know what? Maybe we can get his actual height. Oh, cause he's tall. Wait, no, I think that's wrong. Oh no, that's not. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. Oh, it was very tall. Very tall. This is how I know this guy's existence, because he is famous for being extremely tall. And leaders need a center, Baron. How's the weather out there, Baron? Hey, I was in the shower and I like lifted my hand up to like just see what it was like, and then it was noticeably warmer. So I'm gonna assume that it is actually warmer the taller you are. People love following tall people. He'll be the next American president. Yeah, why not? Why not? Let's wait for him to grow up. And he can be like Abe Lincoln, taller than Abe Lincoln. We all know that height is. We all know that height determines who is going to be president. So you're saying tall people are hot? Yeah, I guess so. The bigger you are, the more heat you radiate. You're sure the warmth of the shower has nothing to do with hot air rising? I think. I mean, I'm sure it does have something to do with hot air rising. But it's not just in the shower. Once upon a time, I was working in a lab, and there was someone who was really, really tall, and I was cold, but that person who was really, really tall was like sweating all the time, and I assumed it was because it was hotter up there. He showers with cold water. I used to take cold showers, and then I was like, no more. It's not making me feel better, and it's not. And like all the people on Reddit said it would, and I'm just uncomfortable. Running on the slogan taller than Abe Lincoln. Yeah. Here, take it. I'm afraid we're short on goods and materials right now. Oh, well, we actually have enough for the moment. You hang on it. Oh, well, what are we doing? Oh, they're being kind to each other. Cold showers, they're nice, but hot is your favorite. You like cold showers and cold exposure for the psychological benefit. Yeah, I used to take cold showers thinking it would wake me up and make me feel ready for the day. But I guess I'm just really easily cold, so it didn't work out that way for me. Bigger living things always radiate more heat. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, maybe that's why. If you're taller, you get hotter. You used to get used as a heating element by a coworker. Oh, that's so cute. A living hand warmer. Yeah, cut off the Zell to get some warmth. Hey, are you guys causing trouble again? She sounds so different in Japanese as compared to Chinese, actually, to my ears. I think they're being nice to each other, actually. Yeah. Only you people like cold showers, though. I think it energizes some people. Ah, thank you for the hat. Let me drink some water. I think it energizes some people, cold showers. And that's approximately why I think people like them. You're not leaving the shower bright red if you haven't had a... If you're not leaving the shower bright red, you haven't had a shower. It needs to be scalding hot in order to feel clean. Hot showers are pharmacy even is bad for your skin. I like hot showers, but I tried cold showers. I did it for a while. What to do with 35k points? Wow, it's so many. How many pushes is 35k points? There's a cap on. There's a cap on redeem for push-ups per stream. But I don't know. 35k divided by the amount. I forgot. Only people like Patrick Bateman take cold showers. Wow, Patrick Bateman. Who's that? Batman? The old gamble when time is right. Oh, is there a gamble thing that I can turn on? Oh, it's you. No. You misunderstand. it is bad. There was a huge quake at the mine just now. Part of it collapsed. If the vagrants here hadn't stopped to help, I doubt we would have gotten everyone out in one piece. Aww, that's so sweet. They're friends now. There is. Okay, should I? Okay, alright, I'll write in my notebook to turn it on. After this. And if I don't, you can remind me. Yeah. To turn on the gambling function so you can gamble. Let's see, yeah. Turn on exclamation gamble. Okay, yeah, I'll try to find it. Want to hear something really great, or I got you covered? I was just discussing how to repay them. It's a shame the mining team is hard up right now. Want to hear something really great? I don't know what I got you covered means. You can't participate, but you can turn on a function that allows you to put choices down, and you can vote on who you think will win. Oh, that's so cool. I see, it's like horse racing. Oh, to do with us? I'm listening. Tell the mining team and the vagrants about the victory. Yay! Yeah. You mean to say that we're about to be reunited with the overworld? Will they really get any less poor though after they go to the overworld? Like, I mean, maybe they will get more food aid. Is that how it works? Are you serious? This has got to be a dream. Good things don't happen to us. More opportunities, maybe? Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe they'll get more opportunities when they get connected to the real bureaucracy. Yeah, instead of having to live like abandoned peoples. Today they do, and you're not dreaming. If you don't believe us, pinch yourself. If things go back the way they were 10 years ago, then the mining team can finally escape this poverty. Okay then, yeah. And I see they already had a thriving system back then, so it'll just be like the good old days. And you won't have to rely on the charity of others. We'll finally be living with the dignity we deserve. Okay, yeah. They don't have to live on the ground anymore, like hobos that they are. Like, so, aw, that's so sweet. Oh yeah, these two are old enough to remember that time period when they had to live in the ground. I mean, when they lived better lives. Come on, wipe your tears or let it out. You can cry, man. Thank you, outsiders, from the bottom of my heart. The mining team will remember you as heroes, as will the rest of the underworld. Okay, yeah, we'll actually get recognized. Please tell Natasha we're ready to get back to work. If the cable car station can start operating again, we'll dispatch a mining representative to negotiate with the architects. What's a cable car station? Oh wait, what's this? I got a new message. Oh, hi, Will. Oh, it's Will. Well, I'm always happy to talk to you. Elder, March the 7th, the sealing of the Stellaron is complete and the spatial distortion is dissipating. Good job. Yay, we did it. We should be back soon, or we'll need to stay here a little longer. We should be back soon. Wanna get back to the big train? Don't rush, go at your own pace. The express will leave here before you're ready. Will be here before you're ready to leave. Great, I'm craving some juice. Pom-Pom still owes me a glass. Aww. How's Jarilo 6? Not great, even though the influence of the Stellaron has basically subsided. The existing fragmentum is too deeply rooted. The internal freeze has lasted a very long time, enough to severely impact the ecology of the planet. In short, the planet probably won't regain the vitality it once had thousands of years ago in such a short time. Oh, how could this be? It's fine. You guys suck. Well, Himiko, you suck too. Why the heck did you leave us down here until the last moment? Is there anything else we can do? Huh? Uh, uh, is there? As Trailblazer, your mission has already concluded successfully. The fate of this world should be handed back to the inhabitants. Humankind has always struggled against austere conditions and had always managed to thrive in spite of it. Now that the eternal freeze is gone. Let me go back up. I'll wait until it's done. Well, it's a bit autistic. He's just info dumping on the group chat. Oh, is that what autistic people do? I like it. I like that. But it's a little fast. He's trying to teach us. Humankind has always struggled against austere conditions and had always managed to thrive in spite of it. He types so fast. Now that eternal freeze is gone, the fragmentum has lost its momentum to expand. Oh, that rhymes. Fragmentum has lost its momentum. Jarilo 6 will be revitalized, believe in the perseverance of her people. Basically, I mean, this can be basically boiled down to, it's not our job, and we get too bogged down if it were our job. I detected a high-frequency spatial energy surge in the north of Jarilo 6. You might be interested in checking it out. Okay, I see. You're saying don't come back. Well, it's saying don't come back. Don't come back until you've checked it out. Don't worry, the energy is not related to the Stellaron. It's only an echo left behind after the spatial distortions fade away. Or maybe he's not saying that. Inside the echo, our perceptions of space and time that we are used to will become radically altered to the point where it might even reconstruct certain scenes from our own past experiences. Oh, it's another one of those instance games, isn't it? Instance-based games. If you're in the mood and wish to relive those memorable adventures, you can try your luck at those places where the echoes can be found. I see, he's just being nice to us. I don't want to relive it. I want to go back. I want to go back home to the train. この苦しい状況を一気に変えられるわけじゃないってことだよね。Mr. Yan put it nicely, but the reality is this. We sealed the Stellaron, but that's not going to solve the problems on this planet. You know what would solve the problems on this planet? If we exploded like a ton of lava, like we went over to the furnace core, just a lava-ify the entire world, and then afterwards waited for the lava that destroyed all the snow to cool down, and then, like flowers that bloom after a wildfire, the world will start growing again. Is that how it works? Let's just start global warming. Yeah, exactly. There, I was getting excited to tell everyone the good news. Just start massively burning coal. Exactly. Scorched earth threat, let's go. Yeah! We should totally recommend it as a 5-year plan for the planet's renewal. We did make a promise, or we did all we could. Now it's just a matter of time. Or does this count as false advertising? We did make a promise. Or you know what? Does this count as false advertising? Pharaoh, I need my Pharaoh. Is that a reference to something? That's the cruelty of the Stellaron. Still, compared with some of the other planets we visited, at least this one has hope. What do you mean some of the other planets we visited? What happened on the other planets? So, should we tell everyone the deal? Now that I think about it though, so what? So what if it's gonna take a while for the ice planet to become lush? Like, it's not cold anymore, right? So we really should just like shovel out like a giant hole in the ground and then be like, point to it and be like, look, this hole's not gonna fill up. And you don't need to be surrounded by ice anymore. We should tell Bronya when the time's right. Let's not dampen the spirit just yet. Let's just tell her now. Let life take its course. I guess that's what they're saying. I feel like liars. Review the past memories of battling formidable foes and obtain trace materials and rare light cones. Yes, this is an instance-based thing. It's a terrific meme where some dude's mom is texting her pharaoh. Some freaky stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah. Should I look it up? Would I find it if I looked it up? You send it in memes if you want to get culture later. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at memes. Later or now? Not walking mode. Open Interastral Peace Guide. Why? Yeah. Oh, I got some daily login. Echo of War has been archived in Interastral Peace Guide. View details here. Oh, I see. I can get like stuff. Oh my god, so cute. That sounds so cute. I want her. Well, where's the what do you call it? Do I have a ticket? Do I have a daily free ticket today? Yeah, I'm not sure. Beyond the cake tree. Hi, Everest. It's so nice to see you, Everest. I hope you've been enjoying your vacation. How are you? He like how are you? And here's a head pat. Is that Herda? The person I clicked on? I think that was a different person with the I think that was by Lu the dragon. No, I'm not sure though. It's nice to see you. Did I get a message? Hey, she's still playing Honkai. Oh, you're basically at the end. Yes, lying to people, that's how it goes. Yay, she's still here. Sort of. Well, she was playing 4 hours ago, so it's not like she doesn't care about the game anymore. You're doing great. Was just outside for 5 hours on a bicycle without getting hurt. Oh my gosh! I hope you breathed in all the fresh air, which you definitely did. She lies. I guess she's saying that she wasn't gonna be obsessed with it, but she's still playing or something like that. Oh, I forgot to turn on this purple box. Okay, purple box is back. Force her to play for you. Play more. She'd better still be playing the next time I'm here. What's this in our mailbox? Ooh, free stuff. Yay. Delete this. Ooh, more free stuff. Yay. Delete it now. I don't care what the mail says. All I want is the free stuff. But is there... What's this? Version info? Why does that have something? Is there more free stuff? Maybe she keeps playing because the message system and the Honkai is the only way she can reach you. She can come here. She can also call me. She called me yesterday. Yeah. Oh, look at that. We got more. No, wait. We didn't get any more. Never mind. Never mind. I thought this was the normal banner or thing, but it's not. We didn't get enough. false excitement. This is a new character? Oh, I see. It's a big woman. Named Jade. I like the snake. I wish she were a smaller woman, but I like the snake. Only wish she were teenier. I want a small girl with a big snake. And I like small. Yeah, I like running around with small people. She is pretty though. Yeah, I'll give her that. She does look very pretty. Yeah, she looks cool too. What? What is it? What is it, Sal? Who is it? Is this a man? Is this a man? This is a man, right? Who's this? He's okay looking. He's okay. Not my type, but he's okay. He looks like a pretty boy. Yeah, he looks okay. Yeah, it's a guy. Yeah. Yeah, he's okay. You want a small girl with a big hat. I like small girls with big... Yeah, it'd be nice if she were downsized, like this height. And then kept the big hat and the clothes and the big snake. Oh, we can character trial her. Should I do it? By the way, yeah, my sister said that there was gonna be a small character banner later, like at the end of this month, right? I'm still waiting for that. But I won't have enough roles when that happens, in reality, yeah? Okay, I'll try this. Yunli? Yeah, Yunli. Yeah, who's Speed Girl? Yunli sounds familiar though. What? Is Yunli the same thing as Speed Girl? What? When attacking can trigger a follow-up attack, teammates can enable J to trigger more follow-up attacks. Teammate speed increases and attacks carry extra damage. I suddenly remember this was a turn-based game. Maybe that's a bad idea. What is this thing? Oh my god, she's oh, what the heck? Oh no, she's not whipping her snake. She's whipping a whip. You've got to go. It was nice to decompress here. Hope you guys have a good day and such night. Oh, okay. Bye, Wah. Have a good rest of your day, Wah. It was really nice seeing you. There will be 2 small characters at the same time. Oh, okay. Yeah, and have fun at con when it happens. Hopefully you'll be able to catch the next stream. If not, it's so odd. Hopefully we get to see you again. Wow, these bottles are so pretty. I can't help but attack them. Wow. How we can see you. What is this? I don't need to read it. I don't need to read it. Something about a guest, right? Blast. What is this? Oh, that's a regular skill. Whoopsies. Bounce. Oh, how the heck do you do trials? They seem hard. No, so if not, you'll be in YouTube comment purgatory. I hope we see you. Oh, who's this? Inside our party. Yeah, this person. This person's new. Hey, who is this? She's kind of cute. A little. She's kind of cute. This person's kind of cute. Who is this? I'm so confused. When did this person arrive? I didn't click trial for this person. Links. Oh, I see. Yeah. There's another icy place that's gonna happen if Lynx is so icy. Yeah, she is kind of cute. Okay, let's see her normal attack. You like her? Yeah, she's short, right? I like that she's short. What is this? Oh, she's a healer. Oh my god, a giant pill. Wow, she's so cute. Can we get her too? I hope. Hi, Fire Rainbow, the person who insulted me last time, so now I'm coping and drawing feet. Oh, have a head pat. Nice to see you. Oh, I'm still not over the fact that you insulted me. Lynx is like, hi, Elizabeth. Nice to see you. Here, have a head pat. Lynx is the youngest sibling of Gepard and Serval. Oh, okay. We just didn't get to see her in the game. I see. I'm glad you have my back. So. Oh, that is a giant pill. Yeah, it is a scary pill. Okay, yeah. What is her special skill? Support? Debt collector? What just happened? I don't know, but that did not say womb of the deep, did it? Oh, maybe it did say womb of the deep. Whoa, get eaten by a snake. I can see the things that the art that might come out of her. I don't need to restore anyone, but it's cool seeing her restoration skill. Whatever. I want to see someone else's special skill now. Who's next? It's just her. We already know who she is, so it's not that interesting. Why can't we use the support ability? What happened here? I'm so confused. Also, what does Debt Collector do? I guess I really should have read it. I should have read it. Oh, here we go. I can read it over here. Ability, yeah. Basic attack does attack. Oh, she's Quantum. Oh, we found... Quantum is like blue-purple? Blurple? Well, maybe? Yeah. Acquisition. No. Surety. Yeah. You finally had 8 hours of sleep? That's so great. I'm glad. You like her big hat? Yeah, it is a nice hat. Okay. So makes a target ally become debt collector and increases their speed by 30, lasting for 3 turns. No. And after debt collector attacks, deals 1 instance of additional quantum damage equal to 22% of Jade's attack. And consumes the debt collector's HP by an account equal to 2% of their max HP. So the debt collector's HP actually goes down. They finally added quantum, but it's an onesa. Yeah. Not quantum onesa. Are there other quantums? Your team stays the same. They need to add a small quantum so that you can get a cute girl. Battle of the Deep deals quantum damage equal to 210% of Jade's attack. It's Battle of the Deep. I read that as Womb of the Deep. Okay. Thank you for reminding me to drink water, fire. Now sit up now. Thank you for keeping me healthy. There's a little fang of flare. Play it? What is that? After Jade or Debt Collector unit attacks, gain 1 point of charge for each enemy target hit. I see. So she's like a get charge thing. Get charge kind of person. And also, like, what do you call it? Double-edged sword. Thank you for that. I'll just use a regular attack again since we saw. I think we saw everything already. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, what? Ooh, we can see Val of the Deep again. In my head canon, this is still Womb of the Deep. I prefer that. Whoa, and she does follow-up attacks. Cool. Wait, when does the trial end? When does the trial end? Radiant, stretch and touch your toes. Okay, then. Let me go stand up. I won't be able to see you for a little bit while I stretch and touch my toes. Thank you for keeping me limber. Move my chair. 88. It's because I like the number, but maybe I should change it. Should I change it? Okay. I touched my toes. I can't believe me powder. Wait, what's wrong with 88? What's wrong with 88? What do I need to change it to? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Wait, what? It's fine. Wait, what? Nothing. Oh, German, you disapprove. I don't understand. 8's a lucky number. I'm so confused. Wait, what is it? I'm so confused. Thank you for staying with us, Fire Rainbow. Have a good breakfast. 88 equals L, evil mustache man. What number of the alphabet is... Wait, what? That's what 88 means? I'll change it to 188. What letter of the alphabet? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H... Oh. Oh. Oh no. Okay, I'll change it to 8. Make it 77. Why 77? 1488 is a huge white supremacist dog whistle. Wait, seriously? No! No! My favorite number, 8. Why? Don't be scared of numbers. Make it 99. I'll make it like I'll add a 1 to the front. Okay, became the very thing you tried to destroy. Why did they have to co-op my favorite number? My favorite number is... Surprise, Mr. Jai doesn't tell you anything. I think he doesn't know. I think he doesn't know I used it. 88's also just a number. My favorite too. My favorite infinity sign. I like 8 because it looks like an infinity sign. Okay. I'll switch it. I'll switch it. Damn it. How does this even happen? Okay. Am I blocking stuff? I think I'm blocking stuff. I'll make myself a little tinier. I'll make myself a little tiny. Keep it as it is. As an actual racist, there's a lot you can teach me. Ah! And then finish the sign like white forever racist. Hey! Hey! That's not what it meant. Oh boy. So I should change it to 77, 99, 188, 18, 818. Founders of Chinese Nazi. Wah! Founder being racist confirmed. Tinfoil hat time. Ah! You would have allowed it if I were Japanese. Instead, I'm just extremely ignorant American. Just an extremely ignorant Chinese American. It's a nice number. What about 888? What about 888? Will adding one more 8 be fine? I learned that my favorite number 8 put 2 times becomes a dog whistle. What the heck? What the heck? Hi, Cuddle. Nice to see you, Cuddle. Here, have a headband. Do I change it now? Okay, I'll just open it up. Well, change it to like 188. 180. I'm good. Yeah, it's fine if it's 188, right? So I'm sorry. You don't need to change it. No one will think it's a dog whistle, right? Fun fact: another famous dog whistle is "I just want to change it around." It's very unfortunate. Oh, wait, seriously? I thought that was a joke. Twitch blocks 1488 and 1488. Wait, why? We were talking about how we could be better dog whistle when we're Nazi Brethren. Wait, no. Wait, no. You had to manually LL it. Oh, okay. That's the Mussolini quote. Racism equals bad. It's worse than racism. It's genocide. Oh, you're so happy. What the heck? Won't ruin your favorite number. Your in real life name is also the name of like every second bad trader guy in history. Quick, everyone. What's Emrys talking about? What's Emrys's name? What's Emrys's name? Yeah, it is torture. You're already perma banned someone. You're already perma banned in someone's chat. Wait, seriously? What did you do? You should already know. What? Mussolini? Mussolini? is a no, it can't be. It has to be a common German name. What's a common German name? Let me go to a German baby names list. German baby name. I should already know. Wait, how would I know? What? German baby names. You did something bad during one of those pixel drawing games. Did you do something inappropriate? Or was it worse than inappropriate? Hans? Oh, Hans. Yeah, Hans. Oh, okay. Yeah, Matilda. No, remember. I don't know who's bad. That's Hans. Hans is a bad person? Who's Hans? Wait, are these all girl names? No, they're not. I don't think this is helping me. Matilda. It's Matilda. Emrys' name Ludwig. You changed some pixels around to make a swastika. Oh no. Oh no. I see. Yeah, that's how it happened. How unfortunate. Wait, when does the trial end? I'm so confused. Blast. Shouldn't the trial be ended soon? Ah. Yay, battle over. Yay. Matilda, Hans, Ludwig. So close. Ludwig? Is it Ludwig? Yay, we can get the stuff now. And is there a... Is there anything I can redeem? Yay! Oh my god, we can have a roll. We can get the ×10 roll thing. Huzzah! Who's this? 亲切, 亲切. Oh, okay. Yeah. Not even remotely close. Is it Abel? Wilhelm? Wilhelm? People still have the name Wilhelm. Wilhelm. Whenever I think of Wilhelm, I think of like royal people. I don't know why I think that. Was there a Wilhelm who was like royal? What's this? Claim character? What the heck? Claim ourselves? Harmony? What? You already have activated a path of harmony. You can receive 1 shadow of harmony. Oh! Wait, no, I don't get it. Well, Fiddlesburg. Wow, we got harmony? Why do we get harmony? To upgrade the MC. Oh, okay, thank you. That makes sense now. Oh! Wait, no. I thought we needed to, like, you know, go to a new planet for harmony. We can just immediately get harmony. Yeah. Switch your path of harmony. You can trial the current path here to further understand the combat mechanics. Nah, who needs to actually trial it? At least we don't have to level harmony up. That makes me happy. Yeah. It's Judas. Wilhelm von Fiddlesburg. Was your dad Judas? Judas. Well, Judas is certainly a bad. Well, it's certainly the name of like a biblically bad person. Do we not have a harmony light cone? We don't have a harmony light cone. Oh well. Or rather, yeah, we don't have a harmony light cone. Unfortunately, yeah. I'll just put on the recommended year and hope for the best. Judas is still used as an insult for a traitor or betrayer. Ah, yeah, like in the movies. Imagine naming a child Judas. Are there people named Judas these days? I feel like it'd be really weird, yeah, naming someone Judas. Seems kind of cruel. Unless they don't know what's going on and like they're not a Christian, so they just thought, oh, cool name, and then named their child Judas. But now with the age of the internet, maybe that's a little crueler. Is there anything? I thought I might be able to redeem a free stuff. Maybe I already finished redeeming free stuffs. Okay, no free stuffs to redeem today. Yeah. For 330th most popular boy's name in 2021, there were only 23 boys named Judas. 1 out of every 80,898 boys born in 2021 are named Judas. That's not a lot of 23 boys named Judas. You could count that on 3 people's hands. And you can count that on 2 people, hands and feet. The regret and death of Judas and what he did with the money is actually often cited as a biblical controversy. Fun fact. Oh, well, what do you mean? Yes. Biblical controversy. Like, did he not regret it? Then your son Nogavert. Nog. That's cute. That's kind of a cute name. What was I going to do again? Oh yeah, we gotta roll. we got enough roll to roll once. I'm gonna roll immediately. Unless you want to save it for later. But look, there's 13 over here. So I'm gonna roll. Or maybe I should do it later. Maybe I'll do it at the end. Let's go, Claire. Okay, I'll roll now. Pray. I'll roll now and pray. Wait, what? This is rolling, right? So why does the animation look different? Okay. Yeah, back to normal. Pray for Clara. Good luck. We got a light cone for the Jarilo guy. Don't call your son like Nogbert. Light cone. Light cone. Light cone. Light cone. Light cone. Another light cone. Another light cone. Another light cone. Oh! Who's that? Who's that? Yukon. Who's Yukon? What? Wait, I'm so confused. What? At least least she's a furry. I like that. She's kind of fur. She's like Nickel. A 4-star. Yeah. Okay. We got something. She's kind of cute. Yeah, she's kind of cute. Yeah. At least she has ears. Well, who is she? Who is she? She's not a furry. She's just a Neko cat thing. Furries need to be more furred, right? Okay. Oh, we have a hat. Look at us. We're so cool. Okay, let's replace her with... Oh, I kind of need her, don't we? Because she's DPS. Let's replace... someone. Let's replace her. Let's replace this one. And let's replace this one for now. We look spiffin'. Yeah, we do. Look at our hat. I'll replace it with... Just for a moment, I want to replace it with her. Let's go to details and give her something. Meditation, equipped. Okay, and maybe level her up a little. What does she even do? I don't even know what she does. Is she cute enough to level up? Cute enough to level up. But we kind of need her. Oh well, we'll just keep her to... this is fine. Oh, we don't get to keep the hat. We only have the hat over there. She's a support character. Oh, is she like March? Oh, thank you. Hi, Nithu. Nithu? Nice to see you, Nithu. Thank you for the info. I'm gonna guess she's kind of like March since she also has a bow and arrow. Our hat. Yeah, look at that. We had a hat over here. But they removed it from us. We don't get to keep our hat. Where'd our hat go? Oh, whoa. Whoa. Oh my god, that's so cool. Whoa. Oh my god. Hey, are we throwing our fedora? Yeah, I think we're throwing our fedora. Look at that. MC has a fancy ult animation too. Oh, okay, hopefully we get to see it. And this is our support. Oh, we get to put our hat on for the support. Oh wait. Oh my god. Look at that. Not as cool as Dante with his hat, but will do. At least we have some hat. Yeah. We look so cool. Okay, back to running around as Herda. I can't stand running around as someone who's tall. Where do we need to go now? Navigate. Go teleport. Man, I like harmony. Okay, what's going on in Natasha's clinic? Hi, Natasha. Hi, Nat. We're gonna say bye now. I hope your exploration will make progress, Powder, and your journey will be free of pain. Aww, I'm sure it'll be filled with pain. Of course, even if you get injured by accident, no need to panic. Just leave it to the doctor. Aww, I don't know if there'll be doctors in the different worlds. Dr. Natasha, we're back. Or farewell, Natasha. Dr. Natasha, we're back. Oh, we had to beat her again. I think she's cool. Oh, is everyone alright? Thanks for your help. Maybe next time you can send a group notification. Or for you, anything. For you, anything. Ara. I'm flattered, Powder. You gotta leave now. People are waiting for you. Oh, okay, bye. Have fun at Risk. Have fun with everyone at Risk. Thank you for being here with me and with everyone. I'm really happy to have seen you. After watching the trailer for Neverless to Everless, you wish the characters in this game had similar running animations. Neverless to Everless. I think I forgot all of a sudden. Or dehydrate. Okay, let me drink some water. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, I'll straighten up now. Thank you for the hat. You gotcha, Slop. But at least they run well, right? You gotcha, Slop, but they run nice. Nevertheless, I remember searching it last time. Run animation. That is more like GTA. Whoa, gotcha, GTA. Whoops. I don't think this is gonna work out. Neverness to Never Nest to Evernest. Should I look at the trailer? Maybe I'll find something fun. No. Oh yeah, we looked at this. Oh, I see. I remember why I didn't look any further. It's because the site was kind of annoying. The site's like really difficult to navigate. The name is so dumb. Wonder why they named it that. This is terrible. I can't use the site. It'll only work on mobile. People are on their phones so often that these sites are made to mobile enough so that you can look at them on the computer anymore. Oh, here's the trailer. Should I just skip to the running animation? No. Here we go. Oh my god! It's a motorbike. It's a motorbike.
Briefing starts in 5 minutes. You three better have a good explanation.
It's kind of cute. Wow. Oh, it's so cute. You can drive cars. Wow. Anime Gacha GTA. I wish I could play it, but my computer won't run it. My computer would definitely not be able to run it. The lolly in this game is fantastic. Oh my god! Hooray! She's so cute. I love that she has a giant weapon. Lollies with giant weapons are the best. Glasses! I like that she has glasses. Oh my god, he's handsome. Oh my god. Hey, this is the person you were talking about. Yeah, he's handsome. I like both girls and guys with glasses in the end. She has a cute little skip in her run, and it's cute. Oh my god. You know, I like looking at like guys and gachas, but I don't like playing as them. So I'm glad there's a lolly. But my computer can't run this. There's no way. Yeah, fighting Miko on this game. Whoa, oh, fighting Miko. Glasses are really versatile. First you have glasses wearing girls take them off and suddenly become beautiful, or have glasses wearing, or have girls wearing glasses flashing those cute grins, or have girls stealing the protagonist's glasses and putting it on like, haha, got your glasses, that's really too cute. Also, boys with glasses, I really like when their glasses have the suspicious looking gleam. It's amazing how it can look really cool or just be a joke. I really like how it can fulfill all those. Yeah. 150 into this trailer if you want to see. Oh, okay. Let me copy paste it. Copy. Open up Edge because I just closed it. There we go. Okay, nice. You can see it. It's here, right? Yep, it's here. Theater mode? Oh, whoopsies. Maybe theater mode was a bad idea. Default view. Default view. Okay, there we go. 150. Oh, I'll just go to 150. 158, 149. Good enough. Oh my god, taco! Oh! Is this Hoyoverse or is this Hoyoverse clone? Which one is it? She looks like such a cute schoolgirl. Oh my god! Oh yeah, the running animation is super fun. They look like so themselves. They're so different. Oh my god. Hoyo needs more of this. Is this Hoyo or is this a different company? Yeah. Oh my god, and it's like a modern day, but oh my god. What just happened? And this is like a regular fighting game, right? I wish my computer could run something like this. It was so cool. Okay, I guess we're done with the running animation. Oh, this is the Miku one? This is the Miku, right? Oh, this is the fighting Miku. It's Hotta Studio. Same guys between Tower Fantasy. Oh, it's those Tower Fantasy people. I remember I played Tower Fantasy for a while. Yeah, not turn-based. More fun then. Tower Fantasy was fun until it wasn't. I did stop playing it. She entered Hell World. Yeah. You only wanted to show me little girl. It's fine. I wanted to see more. Their fantasy had great character designs though. Ah, yeah, yeah. It was super pretty. This game too. They at least got that down. It's super eye candy. It's super eye candy. Ah, ah. Ah. When's it releasing? Now the gameplay needs to just be better. Oh, is it already released? Is it already out? Oh, I wish I could play it. if I didn't like leak my IP address occasionally, due to like the connection dropping, then I would totally try to play it on my phone. Not yet. Okay. That means there's hope. There's hope that I'll be allowed to set up a computer before it comes out. Still haven't given up on setting up another computer, but the problem is it's currently being used a lot. I'll just see me make it up. Aww. Now we just have to wait for the official news. I hope Bronya doesn't keep us for too long. Surely they did. There's no way they didn't, right? Huh? Do you think Svarog and Clara felt the effects of our battle with the Guardian? I'm sure they did. Bronya can keep us forever. Lock us up in the ice palace. I think they'll be fine. Plus, Farag's devotion to Clara is even greater than his hostility to Wildfire. If you're worried, you can look for them over at the robot settlement. Okay, let's go! Turns out we're saying bye to everyone. No? Go to robot settlement and inform Clara and Svarog. Okay, let's go. Stop navigation so we can teleport. Hi, Clara. We never got you. But that's okay. Outsiders. Friends of Clara. Hey, Perkins. And finally, did Clara fix you? Yeah, did Clara fix you? You seem like you're kind of unfixed. Like you're barely fixed. Thank you for rescuing Clara. Seems like Perkins picked up a stammer. I guess he wasn't perfectly fixed. Its language module must have malfunctioned. Can you take us to Clara? Yeah, maybe she can fix you. Outsiders are friends of Clara. Follow me, yeah? Okay, yeah? Thank you for taking us, Perkins. What a cute name. I love the name Perkins. Not Jenkins, but Perkins. Like he's perky, yeah? Too bad he's not a girl. Well, then Perky would take on a new meaning. Come on, Perkins. Let's go, Perkins. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Clara. You have visitors, Clara. Perky Perkins, yeah. Wow, they seem fine. It's the variables. Okay, I see. That's what we are now. We're variables. Another nickname for the collection are Nice Haircut, Svarog. Nice haircut. Another nickname for the collection. You want Clara to call you a variable too? It is a cute nickname. There was a huge shaking just now, coming up through the ground. Mr. Svarog said it. Must have been... What's the remaining 2.34%? You want Clara to turn you into her loyal servant? Ah, yeah, that seems nice, right? Recalculating. Conclusion. Engine of creation. 97.66 probability. Old friend of yours, or any other secret weapons you'd like to tell us about? Whatever, we don't need to know. Old friend of yours? We're so like... I love our dead eyes. The engine of creation was an immense construction machine created by the architects. It was not built to fight. You just realized the audio's in JP, why not see it? Just for fun. I just turned it to JP for fun for a while. We can switch it back. I'll switch it back when we leave Jarilo. Back to CN.
もういいよ。どうせうちらが勝ったんだし。あの大きなロボットのおかげで性格をどうにかできたんだもん。
I feel
like... も上下の封鎖を解くって約束してくれたし。
I feel like March the 7th, Chinese and Japanese self sound kind of different. Like personality, voice. Well, whatever, we won. Thanks to that giant robot, we were finally able to take care of the Stellaron. And Bronya made a promise. The underworld and the overworld will soon be reunited. Yeah, isn't that great? That's what everyone here wants, right? They do. I don't know, they do sound
これでスバローグはもうしばらくの間は仮想部のソンゴに悩まなくていいよね。
Which means that you, Svarog, you don't have to worry about preserving the underworld for the time being. Hey, you can just take good care of Clara now. Make sure Clara never grows up, and when she grows up, not too much, but still enough for it to be noticeable. Yeah. I feel worse about teasing March. The JP self. You don't know, you can't really remember anything about her, but you can see her beautiful personalities, both of them. Aww. That's so sweet. We can just murder her so she stays like this forever, or freeze her like March. Yeah! Let's murder her, and afterwards give her a robot body. Yeah? That way she'll never be able to grow up.
ありがとう、みつきお姉さん。ありがとう、皆さん。正直に言うと、クラーラはあまり期待していなかったんです。
Everyone, thank you so much. Clara wasn't sure you guys would be able to do it, but she's so cute.
いいよね、スバローグ。
But no, Mr. Svarog. What do you say? I thought you said something like, "It's okay now," but I'm not sure.
皆さん、他の星から来た旅人なんですよね。クラーラも皆さんみたいに、いつか遠くへ旅に出て、
Oh, can we take
お友
her?
達をたくさん作りたいと思っているんです。
Let's just take her. Let's keep her. Let's take her and Svarog of the Astral Express. You guys said you were travelers from other worlds, right? I want to be just like you. One day I'm gonna go traveling to faraway places and make new friends. Let's just take her. Let's just adopt her. Take her onto the Astral Express and keep her. Clara, you can come now. Why in the future? Your future is now. Your future is yours to decide. Please come with us.
計算結果更新。任務ナンバー0001仮想部の孫悟。
I bet mission number 0000 is to take care of Clara. Calculation result update mission number 0001. Preserve the underworld. Complete. Yay! Come with us, Clara. Oh, we got a new message. It's from Bronya. Bronya has a phone. People have phones on this planet. I thought they were too low tech for this. March, Daham, Helder, are you seeing this? This android can actually send messages. Oh, okay, she got a android. That's why. They are too low tech for phones. Yeah. Hi, Ranja. Nice to see you, Ranja. Yeah, this hat is Pompon's hat from Honkai Star Rail. Sounds pretty racist against Jarilo. Hey, Yarilo's totally low tech. Look at her. She didn't know what a phone was. The only reason she can send messages is because of Findy, the robot. What is this? The oh, it's a funny sticker. So basically, you're the same height as him. Wait, I'm confused. Same height as who? Did I say something about height? Branya is a boomer. Branya is a boomer. The message has been sent. Your taste in stickers, or how do you feel physically? Yeah, let's just ask her how she feels. Branya, are you okay? Yeah. Thanks to Seal, I'm fine now. Aww, what a sweet moment. Thank goodness, I've already given the orders. Well, we'll just go back up. I can't read fast enough compared to how much they type, but... you just wanted to call me short? Yeah, I am short. Oh, Pamu! Oh, that's my alarm. Let me hold on. My face will freeze for a moment while I turn off my alarm and set it for the PM. I'm gonna eat a pill now. I'm gonna eat my pill now. My antibiotic. I only have 2 left, so the end of today is when I finish all my antibiotics. Silly pills. Okay, I'll have it in my mouth now. Okay, I'm gonna take my water. Do I have enough water? Okay, good. I do. Yeah, okay, got it down. Yay! Don't swallow that pill. I got it down finally. You don't like fluids, you usually drink dry water. Would you prefer an IV drip? Yay! I'm so happy, yeah, it's almost over. By the end of the day, no more antibiotics. Thank goodness I've already given the orders to the Silvermane guards to immediately lift the blockade between the overworld and the underworld. And some people in the underworld should have already received the notice. Oh, nice. Aw. Thank you for grooming me. I hope you didn't hear that. Some air came up because I was swallowing so much water and air at the same time. The pills, I just have an infection, and the pills are antibiotics. But it should be good now. I just have to finish them to make sure it's totally good. The schizophrenia pills. I'm lucky I don't have that. After closing for more than a decade, the car cable station should finally be reopening soon. If you don't mind, I would like you to come by the overworld for my succession ceremony. Oh right, we're crowning the queen. She's pregnant. Woohoo, you went missing for the universe. See you there, or if I'm not busy, we'll be there. I don't need to be mean to Branya. She won't get it. See you there then. No? Give us flowers. Maybe I should have said something more about her taste in stickers. I'm not pregnant. She certainly moves a lot faster than some people I know. You haven't got anything nice to say right now. Zip it. Yeah, the queen is dead. Long live the queen. Okay, time to watch her crowning. Navigate. Go. Teleport. Because walking is overrated when you can teleport everywhere. Where are we going now? Oh, we're going to Natasha again? Whoa, a side quest. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do the side quest. Aw, thank you for the compliment.
君たちがこの歴史的瞬間を見逃してしまうんじゃないかと思ってたのよ。
Personally, you walk everywhere, but what if you could teleport? Like, no cars, no public transportation. You can just teleport to places. Would you teleport to school? Or maybe you don't go to school. Would you teleport to work, school, the grocery store? If you could teleport. You would low-key teleport to the toilet. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? You made it. I thought you were about to miss out on a moment of history. Of course we made it, Natasha.
いやいや、ここまで頑張ったんだから、 せっかくの打ち上げを逃したりしないよ。
Yeah, no way. And after all our hard work, how could we miss out on the final celebration? Right, Powder? Let's go sit at the children's table, or the smell of freedom's in the air. Let's go sit at the children's table. You go teleport all over the world. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? And teleport under your bed to finally catch a bed monster. Ah, I'm looking at my bed. Back when I lived in a dorm, I had a bed that had like space under it. I'll go sit at the children's table.
いわゆる打ち上げがどんなものかは知らないけど、フックやクラーラは君たちとの同席を拒まないと思うわ。
Yay, we'll get to see Hook and Clara at the children's table. Bed monsters a bastard for real? You don't have a bed? I have a bed, but it doesn't look like a regular bed. I don't know how much of a celebration we'll be having, but I know Hook and Clara will be pleased to sit with you.
私やオレグ、
For me and Oleg, not to mention the other adults.
封鎖の解除は記憶の中の生活に、生きるために心配する必要のない日常に戻ることを意味する。
Reopening the passageway means rediscovering old ways of living, a return to normality. Survival is no longer the top of the agenda. That's kind of nice, but it's also kind of sad, I think, for some people. I don't know, I'll be different.
封鎖されていた間に生まれた子供たちにとっては、新しい人生の始まりなの。
But for the children who are born into this era, who grew up in this isolation, this will be a new life altogether. That'll be difficult, I think, especially for Hook. I think Hook will get tired of the new life. Frogs? Frogs and happy hoppers? Wearing lily pads but for sits? What about frogs?
一度でも自由の甘さを知ってしまったら、隔絶や閉鎖を受け入れることは難しい。私たちが子供時代に味わった悲劇を、今の子供たちには経験してほしくないのよ。
Once you tasted freedom, it's difficult to accept a life of separation and isolation. Those of us whose childhoods were marred by tragedy, we must strive to do better for the next generation. I feel like if you ask Hook, she wouldn't say that her childhood was marred by tragedy. You must really like frogs around, ja?
ごめんなさい。また悪い癖が出ちゃったみたい。今日みたいな記念すべき日は笑顔で迎えるべきよね。
Are you a frog? I'm a cat. I'm sorry. Here I'm talking your ear off again. This is a day to remember. We should welcome it with smiles. Aww. We must strive so that the next generation struggles less than us. Oh yeah. Croaky? You're saying I'm croaky.
よかったら周りの人たちに話しかけてみて。みんな大喜びしてるから。みんなの準備が整ったら一緒に家に帰りましょう。
If you have time, talk to the folks here. Every one of them will tell you about their excitement. Then when you're ready, let's go home. Let's go home? What do you mean, let's go home? You mean we're going to go home? Oh, I see. Each one of us are going home. She's going above ground, and we're going to the train station. Okay, time to go over and talk to more people. Why do we have to talk to him? Let me Oh, I was trying to collect that instead of talking to him. Whoopsie. I'm glad that he's been for the compliment.
一生コークに閉じ込められたままかと思った。
Finally, I can get back to supervising the cable cars. I thought I'd spend the rest of my life in those mines. The rest of my life in those... Oh, wait, what an old man. I'm surprised he's in the mines. He's such a cute little guy. Yeah, he is. He's so much shorter than us. Rose getting his job back. Oh, yeah, he was the cable car operator. He's already old, though. I feel like he should retire soon. Maybe he'll find a young guy to train up, but he does look cute.
君たち、仮想部の救世主たち。封鎖解除後の初めての運行が君たちのためだなんて光栄だよ。
Ah, it's you, the liberators of the underworld. You're the first passengers we've had since being sealed off. It'll be my honor to get you up to the surface in one piece. Ah, we're going to go up with him. You don't know that voice sounds young. It does. He does sound young. He sounds younger than the way that his back looks. Do you have a license? And does this thing have a good safety record? Does this thing have a good safety
それなら
record?
安心していいよ。僕の20年のキャリアの中で事故が起きたのいや、事故はほぼ一度も起きてないから。
He does sound young. He does sound young. Maybe he's just excited, or maybe he just looks old. Relax, relax. In all my 20 years on the job, they were only ever. Anyway, none of them were serious.
それはそうと、ケーブルカーに乗る準備はできたかい？
So, ready to climb aboard the cable car? You know what? Let's listen to the Chinese one.
わかったよ。大丈夫。君たちがいいと言うまで
No
運行を
problem.
再開させるつもりはないからね。
This car won't be leaving without you. Let's see if he sounds just as young in Chinese. I'm kind of curious. I guess I'll switch back before Jarilo ends. How do I do that again? I think it was in the settings. Yeah, in the settings. Show cursor, user center. Where was it again? Where was it again? Is it this one? Oh, this one. Chinese. There we go. Let's talk to him and see how he sounds. Collect. Yay, we got something.
怎么
Okay.
样？准备好搭乘缆车
He
回上
sounds
城去
just
了吗
as young in Chinese. He sounds just as young. So, ready to climb aboard? Yep. Time to take the kids out for some fresh air. Are we saying that? Time to take the kids out for some fresh air.
喂，兄弟姐妹、大爷大妈、男孩女孩们都赶紧过来，客运缆车重新开始营运喽！
He totally still sounds young. I'm so confused. Brothers, sisters, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, gather around the cable car passenger service about to restart. Hi, Dingus. Nice to see you, Dingus. So living, his job just aged his look. Yeah, I guess so. Oh, he's actually young. Old men don't care about machine safety. Spirit of an old man, but actual vivacity of a young man. Well, you hate Honkai? Wait, what do you mean?
哇，这是好大、好蓝的屋顶呀！
It's really it's such a blue ceiling. Makes sense, right? They've never seen the sky.
那不是屋顶，虎克，是天空。
It's not a ceiling, Hook. That's the sky, yeah? Hook.
这里就是上层区吗？空气里的味道和下层很不一样呢。
This is the overworld. The air here smells different. Yeah, they've never been to the surface. This is these two guys' first time up here. This is their first time seeing the open sky. Living inside the underground their whole... Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Wait, I'm suddenly confused. What? Have they really? Okay, I know Hook has definitely been in the underground her whole life. But that, like, frozen encampment, that was also in the underground, I guess? How was there ice there, then? Like, Clara was in an icy place. Was that underground or above ground?
是少了些铁锈和地水粉尘的味道吧？大口呼吸吧，孩子们，这就是自由的气息呀！
Less rust and geomechanical particles floating around. Take a deep breath, children. This is what freedom feels like.
没想到我还能活着回到行政区，在下面的这么多年里， 还真是发生了不少事啊，娜塔莎。
Yeah, me too. I thought Clara was on the icy surface. I can understand Hook, but the Clara one I feel confused about. I never thought I'd see the administrative district again. All those years, we've been through a lot, Natasha. Or maybe she's just saying that the city life above ground is different smell from the city life below ground. You thought Clara lived on the surface? Yeah, me too. I thought she lived on the surface, but like in a district area that like wasn't part of the administrative area. I'm kind of confused. You're right,
真是奇
Oleg.
怪，坐在缆车上的时候，脑海里明明堆满了回来以后想做的事。
Oh hey, this boy is the shapeshifter guy. Yeah, that we saw earlier. I think. It's funny. The moment I boarded the cable car, my mind was filled with everything I wanted to do on the surface. Probably, but now she's here. All she's doing is feeling. You think Clara's just pogging that more losers get to come up top?
但现在，我只想找个地方坐下，发发呆，看着这忙碌的人流，就这么过一整天。
But now I just want to sit down and zone out, watching the people coming and going, and just let the day pass by. Yeah. Aww. Makes sense. It's been so long.
好好享受这
Oh,
片
this
刻
one's
宁静
Oleg.
吧，姑娘。这是咱们应得的。
Enjoy the peace and quiet. Did he say Natasha or did he say lady? Yeah, we earned it. Why the hell is she wearing shoes? It's cold as shit out there. I have no idea. Apparently people gifted her shoes and she was like, I'm not wearing them. She just likes not wearing shoes, I guess. It's Shepard. Is he here to meet us?
还能执行公务，
He's still on
看来他的伤
duty.
势不
Yeah.
算太
Huh,
重。
he must have recovered quickly.
走吧
Yeah.
过去跟他打个招呼。
Let's go and say hi. Okay. Oh. Redeem, stretch, and touch your toes. Okay, let me do that. I'm gonna get up now and move my chair. Thank you for helping me stay limber. Here.
虽然比我本人还是差生一点。
Okay, I touched my toes. Oh, hi, welcome back, Zoe. Where did you go? Did you have... It's 6 hours ahead for you, so it's like 5 p.m. Almost 5 p.m. Did you miss anything funny? I don't think so. We just saw Miss Clara's sweet demo. Clara and Hook just reached the surface. And then there was a pretty picture with like Natasha and Clara and Hook and Oleg staring at the blue sky. It was your social worker. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hi, social worker. Well, goodbye, social worker. Let me drink some water.
完美。
So only gameplay things and nothing funny. Yeah, it was okay. Clara was one of the first characters you pulled. Oh my god, lucky! Very lucky!
开拓者，欢迎回到行政区。
Welcome back to the administrative district, Trailblazers. Hi, Jetpart.
开拓者，在这星球上还是第一次被这么称呼哎。
Trailblazers. It's the first time anyone's called us that on this planet. Yeah, we finally got recognized for it. You haven't derailed the stream yet? The stream was derailed actually all the way in the beginning. We were looking at Connecticon. She always reminds you of reality. Won't even allow you to ignore your responsibilities. What are your everyday
筑城者们认为
responsibilities?
有必要以更符合礼节的方式称呼各位。外来者这几个字，听上去终究有些疏远。
The architects think it's only right that we should address you properly. Outsiders is hardly fitting anymore. Yeah, we're special people. We're more than outsiders. We're special spirits descent from the sky to save you from your own selves.
此前在禁区发生的事，请允许我再次向各位致以歉意。你们并非用心险恶之人，我理应更加相信希鲁瓦的判断才对。
Please allow me to apologize again for what happened in the restricted zone. You're only trying to help, but I should have trusted Serval's judgment. It's okay, Jetbard. You did in the end. That's what's important. Just checking your mail and make sure that you check if your urgency stuff has arrived. Oh, urgency. Urgency? Is that a Dutch thing? Let me put on my sweater. It's kind of cold where I am. Probably because it's not super hot today. Yeah. No, it's because I don't wear enough. We're oversiders. Cause we come from some epic shiz you couldn't even comprehend yet. Cause we just built different. Actually, we are. We are built different. Urgency for moving. Oh. Because this place gets demolished and you get urgency to move. Oh, right. I hope it goes well. Beat his ass for being a nerd. He's a special nerd. He's like one of them French noble people. Was it storming yesterday for me? Was it? Not really. Yeah, a little, maybe a little. I can't remember. It looked like it was going to storm. Oh wait, it might have. It might have stormed? No, I don't remember. Maybe it was the day before yesterday that it was storming. What kind of name even is Jetbard? No idea. Actually, we are built different. I didn't know this was a pattern motivation stream. I mean, I actually meant that we're special because we have the MacGuffin in our bodies. But you know, everyone is a special and unique individual. Find docs info. Trying to triangulate my location. It was storming for you, Torture? Who knows? What if I also live in Connecticut? You're just doing your job. Your sister knows what's up. Or didn't expect to get wrecked. Didn't expect to get wrecked.
若非知道你们有钥匙在身，我很希望你们能协助铁卫训练。
You are excellent fighters. If I didn't know you had places to be, I love you to provide training for the guards. He's so nice to us.
大人的上任宣讲很快就要开始了，我正是受他之托，特地前来告知各位的。
Is that your favorite neighbor? I don't know if you have any cities where you live. Lady Branya's inaugural address will begin soon. She asked me to pass on her invitation to you. Torture's actually Mr. Doug in disguise. That'd be funny. Yeah.
这么快就准备好了吗？他的身体状况？
That's sooner than expected. Is she well enough to? It's okay. She'll nurse her all the way back to health. No, you're a bird. You're a birdie. Yeah.
不是很好。
That's cute.
但
Flying
布罗
in
尼
the
亚大人
sky.
坚持要尽快完成宣讲，给城中的人民一个交代。
Not really, but she's not well. Lady Branya's not well, but Lady Branya insisted on delivering the speech as soon as possible. She wants the people to understand what happened. What a responsible girl. Lady
宣讲将在
Branya.
永东明碑前举行，届时，希望3位都能到场见证。
The address will be held at the Everwinter Monument. I hope the 3 of you can find time to contend. Yeah, of course. Alright, what is this? Oh, this is a train car. That's so cool. Oh my god. There's like a pile of luggage. The luggage was piled up randomly on the side. Where are we going? Should we just teleport there? Or run there or teleport there? Oh, we'll run. No. There's a Herda's pretty tiny. Yeah, that's why we're running as Herda. Huh? Oh look, there's another garbage to interact with. Torture is a girl confirmed? A girl and young woman? Especially one's girlfriend? Torture should be a girl, that way you can get all the lesbians. Not that kind of bird. Wait, this bird mean girl? What? An unusually large paper ball. Upon unfolding it, you find it contains wrinkled scraps of paper. 1. I hereby tender my resignation on this, my final day of work. 2. I hereby tender my resignation on this, my final day of work. I wish to be frank, generally speaking, my job is uninteresting, and so... These are a bunch of resignation letters. The wanted poster. Oh! That's the wanted poster for For the merchant man. That's such a fun wanted poster. You're a raven or something epic and edgy. Yeah. Oh, like ravens and crows. 3. I hereby tender my resignation. On this day, my final day of work, I wish to be frank. Generally speaking, my job is uninteresting and therefore has no meaning. Typo. 4. Forget it. Time for work. A few tables away from a new career. That's so funny. Yeah? Oh, we didn't get any special achievement or anything for that. Yeah, this is a fun poster. Let's take a closer look at it. Look. It does look like him, actually. Doesn't it? It does look like Sampo. Investigate. There's an expressively unbridled portrait here, or rather a wanted poster. The figure is highly unique. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, or to be more descriptive, his deep blue hair and jade green eyes. That literally looks like you're drawing. Similar quality, it's perfect. I think it's perfect. This isn't going over your head, but the portrait really is so expressive that any description here would be gilding the lily. Look, his half-smiling sneer says it all. Really? Yeah, this is so perfect. You decide to peel it off the wall, mainly for a billable. Think of all you've been through here. You don't really care how the character in the poster feels. Are you gonna keep the poster? We kept it! Hey, we actually took the poster off the wall. Very identifiable. There's no one else with that hair and eyes in this town. Huh? Are there any more? There's no more posters. Pity. Yeah. Wow, you have nice eyes, Zell. Thank you for helping us identify the poster. Look, there's a crowd gathering over there. Is the address starting soon? Yeah, I got a free poster. Oh, look. Look at that. A little trolley going by. That's so cool. And there's like, what is that, a traffic man? Your eyes are fucked, don't worry. You'll stop all the crimmies. Oh, you have a promising career for the CIA. I need to drink some more water. Throw a Molotov into the trolley. It's Biden. It's Biden. Just get rid of Biden at this point. You want to go to a fair? Oh, yeah. Yeah, me too. Throw a Molotov cocktail in a fair. You can make the national news. Look, there's a crowd gathering over there. Is the address starting soon?
但 Bronya 似乎还没到场，先找个地方歇息片刻吧。
Looks like it. But Bronya hasn't arrived yet. Let's find somewhere to wait. Okay. Can you wait next to Hook and Clara? Wow, they're so cute. Hey, we are a good height, actually. I was worried that Herda was too tall. But Herda's actually a pretty good height. Okay, yeah? Push Hook into the road. Hook's too strong. Hook underneath all that is all muscle. Underneath the clothes, Hook's too strong for us to push. Herda's perfect. Yeah, I was really worried Herda was too tall, but actually this is quite good. I'm glad we have Herda. Clara too. Yeah, hope we get to have her someday. Yeah. Okay. Where are we going to wait? Over here, I guess. Oh, we're sitting on the bench together. Wait, what? We're sitting on the bench together with what looks like a confession between 2 girls. You saw a cute Asian MILF yesterday. Ooh. Did you just introduce yourself? It was a good day. Aw, eye candy. Costa is prettier. Who's Costa? Hook has no internal organs. She's 100% pure muscle. Yeah. Hook does feel that way. Yeah. Oh, what's Koska? Koska? What if I search it up? Will I get it? Guards, formation! Wow, this must be it.
兰德大人的上任宣讲即将开始，请各位市民保持安静，协助维持现场秩序。
I'm surprised. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there's a Silvermane Guard announcer. You love Asian males, so they are a high level of challenge. Your charisma is not good enough to risk them. What do Asian MILFs like anyway? Eh? I believe in you, Torture too. What? You should go up to them. You only had one success, kinda? Well, really? You had a success? That's so cool. What happened? But she was like 50 or something. Oh, that's perfect, right? That's so perfect. Definitely a MILF and not a fake MILF. Citizens of Billabong, I kindly ask for your attention. Lady Bronya's inaugural address will begin shortly. Please remain orderly. Yeah? 50's lit and her sons are 1 or 2 years younger than you. I think that's perfect. People of Billabong, please hear me, huh? Oh, another pretty picture.
我们今天之所以能聚在这里，共同庆祝这个时刻，
This is a perfect
是
level
因为
for
一位伟大的守护者牺牲了自己，
Side
将700年来
thing.
一直屠毒这座城市的祸种逐出了我们的家园。
Oh, she looks super young though, like your typical Asian that still looks good at high middle age. Ah, so did she go on a date? Did she invite you? You need to do more of the story? Yeah. Continue the story. The art really carries in the game. It's the best thing about this game. Today we gather here to celebrate our victory, but it was a sacrifice made by a mighty guardian that delivered us this opportunity. She dispelled an evil that cost us 700 years of suffering, and in the process she paid the ultimate price. She tried, but your autistic ass rejected it. No! Well, I believe you'll get another chance, though.
可可利亚兰德的牺牲，为我们翻开了历史的新篇章。城墙外的风雪将会逐渐平息，裂界的扩张也必将被铁卫的攻势抑制。
The sacrifice of Kokalia Ran ushers in a new chapter. The blizzard beyond the walls will die away, and the offensives of our Silvermane guards will begin to contain the Fragmentum's advance. She's probably gonna have to live another 50 years. Another 50 years before, like, the snow meaningfully goes away. Yeah?
在极北之地，我亲眼见证了前任大守护者与不可名状的力量展开的抗争。 在生命的最后，他也向我倾诉了自己最大的遗憾。
In the far north, I witnessed with my own eyes the struggle between the late Supreme Guardian and the evil power that sought to destroy us. In her last moments, the Supreme Guardian told me of her greatest regret. Yeah, Coco Leah. Goodbye, Coco. Ranting about trains and dinosaurs usually scares away the hosts. I think someone ranting about trains and dinosaurs would be pretty cute. Silver, man, that reminds you of something. Don't know what? What? What could it be? Hi, not done. It's nice to see you, not done. Here, have a head pat. Okay, I'll drink some water. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Okay.
那就是隔绝了上下层区10余年的封锁令。随着时间的推移，他开始认识到自己的决策带来的严重后果。他虽心存愧疚，却早已无法回头。
Only autistic woman? Oh no. What does that say about me? It's okay, I'm a girl. The order to seal off the underworld from the overworld. With the passage of time, she gradually comes to realize the consequences of that decision. Although tortured with guilt, she could not undo the damage. Here's our spin on the story. You know nothing about Honkai. All gameplay you've ever seen is cutscenes, and for the longest time you thought it was a visual novel. Honestly, it feels like a visual novel. Huh? Appreciate me for staying. I'm happy you're still here too.
因此，他在临终前留下嘱
There
托。
barely is any gameplay, yeah.
在星河的影响消散之际，他希望贝洛伯格能够重归完整。
In our
他希
final
望上下层区的人民能共同迎接黎明。
versus together. Whatever. together was over here. And all the turn-based stuff we get is pressing 2 buttons. Yeah. Yeah. Aww. In her final moment, she wanted us to mark the Stellaron's end by reuniting Billablock. Overworlders and underworlders must embrace the dawn of a new age together. Aww. I see. It's like a thing. They need to protect their family legacy. Well, they phrase it differently. They say that they need to protect the image of guardians so that people still believe in them. It's crazy how fragile people's belief is.
下层区的各位，我无法奢求你们的原谅，因为亲身的经历已经告诉我，这10余载的岁月，给你们留下了太多伤疤。
Look at that. During her address, Dahan is just looking at his little book. He's just reading during the address. Or maybe he's writing in a journal. I don't know which. March is drinking a fluid, and I don't know what we're doing. I think we're just looking out. You wonder if that's a good lie? I think it's okay as a lie, right? Pretty art, yeah. He is reading a manual. You know what? I like him. I thought he was a boring guy in the beginning, but I actually kind of like him. That's okay. Hopefully someday we'll all find our impossibly beautiful autistic woman. I believe in you guys, people of the underworld. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I know the reality of your decade of suffering. This is a nice way to phrase it. You like that? He's sexy. Yeah, he has nice eyes. Look at that.
因为我们都十分清楚。 缺少了你们的坚毅和汗水，贝洛伯格的复兴将无从谈起，文明的存续也将无从谈起。
But I want us to work together. We know that without your perseverance and hard work, Bellabog will not recover to its former glory, and the seed of civilization will not be preserved. Thank you for the hat.
另外，我还想借此机会，向贝洛伯格的几位客人。 表示感谢。
And on that note, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to a few guests of the city. Yeah? Is it gonna be us?
你们中的大多数并不知晓他们的存在，但正是他们的到来，为这个濒临枯萎的世界浇灌了希望。
Most of you are not aware of their arrival, but it is thanks to them that our world now flourishes with hope. It's us, right?
也正是他们的到来，让我意识到。 在着眼于存护脚下这片土地的同时，我们也不该忘记仰望天空。
They made me realize that while we remain focused on preserving the ground beneath our feet, we should not forget to look up into the sky. Yeah.
我坚定不移地相信，在你我共同的努力下，我们的世界，被开拓者们称之为亚利洛6号的这个世界，
Are they moving into the
重
modern
新投身
age?
星辰的怀抱。
I firmly believe that with the determination of everyone, our world, the world of the trailblazers called Jarilo 6, will no longer be alone among the stars. She's taking advantage of us by giving us recognition. She's trying to move her planet into the modern age.
但在完成这个目标之前，请允许我暂时以谦卑的身份引领大家前进。
But before we accomplish that goal, I humbly ask you to follow me into the future.
我 Bronya 兰德
Oh, it's been 19
贝洛伯
guardians.
格第19任守护者，在此宣誓。
I, Bronya Rand, the 19th guardian of Bellabog, hereby take my oath. Lady Bronya! Lady Bronya! Long live Lady Bronya! Long live Bellabog! Yay! Where's her oath? Wait, what? We don't get to hear her oath. Oh well, that's fine. Let's go talk with her. Hi! She's so SWG? She's sexy. Bronya, we're
3月
back!
丹恒，还有你，你们能赶上宣讲真是太好了。
March! Dahan! And also you! She said, March, Dahan, and there's also you. It's wonderful you made it to the address. She doesn't remember her name, actually. You're gonna buy this planet. I bet there's a couple planets that you could actually, like, there's probably planets in the intergalactical world that actually could afford that.
抱歉，我知道日程安排的过于紧密，但我不想让市民们等太久。无端的猜疑越多，局面就越容易失去控制。
Sorry, I know the invitation was very last minute, but I needed to get the news out as soon as possible. The longer people waited, the more rumors started to swirl. The situation risked spinning out of control. Are you fully recovered? And finally, was Seal not there for... Well, where was Seal, actually? I thought Seal was busy taking care of you.
他在现场，只是待在你们注意不到的地方。
What? Why? Why couldn't we go talk to Seal? She was there. She just made sure no one could see her. Well, actually, she said she was there. She was just in a place where you guys couldn't see her.
希尔才刚刚离开那种闭塞的环境，不习惯这种场面也很正常。我会带他慢慢适应的。
Aww. Seal is still new to the vastness of the overworld. She feels uncomfortable in the big crowd, which is very normal. I'll help her adjust to life here. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Best friends. Friends and lovers.
罗尼亚的讲话还真是振奋人心呢。换成我的话，肯定紧张的站都站不稳了。
That was some speech, Branya. If I had to talk like that in front of a huge crowd, I'd be shaking head to toe. You like the guitar girl? You like cool girls, right, Dingus? Is that your type?
不过是在用表面美好的话术编织谎言而已。希望你永远不用经历这些，三月。
It was all just a bunch of palatable lies. I hope you never have a similar experience, March. At least she acknowledges that they were lies. The part about preserving the seed of civilization was real, or it's what you do as a leader that matters. And finally, sometimes people need to hear white lies. I think it was real enough. It's okay, yeah. The part of preserving the seed of civilization was real.
我想永远对民众保持诚实，但我更想存护住他们的希望。
I prefer to be honest with people, but I also want to preserve their hope. I mean, why talk about Cocolia at all? I guess it's kind of important since people already cared so much about Cocolia.
那个杨叔的结论现在要说吗？
Wanna talk about Mr. Yang's findings? We'd better.
由我来转述吧。
Allow me to explain. Nice. So we'll actually tell her before it's too late. Telling Branya about Welt's observations.
也就是说，裂界的影响已经扎根过深，就算现在封印了星河，也没法即刻逆转。
Which means the fragmentum has already taken root by this planet. Even though the Stellaron is sealed, we won't be able to reverse the damage immediately. Yeah? Oh, they won't? Wait. So is it still cold? I'm confused. Sorry, we promised you. Our Stellarons are terrible things. You know what? Sorry, we promised you. Can we warm the planet up
你们不
somehow?
必道歉。
Do global warming? No need for
为了让这个世
apologies.
界免受劫难，各位已经倾注了所有努力。你甚至险些为了他牺牲性命。
Good. We did get stabbed in the heart. More or less, we got stabbed in the chest for this. We got, like, not just stabbed, we got basically impaled for this. You've gone out of your way to save this world. You nearly lost your life. I have no right to ask for
而
more.
且那位瓦尔特先生的话，
Besides,
我很赞同啊。贝洛伯格的命运，最终还是得由他的子民掌握。
penetrated right in the middle. When you put it that way, maybe it was kind of nice. Besides, I agree with Mr. Young. Ultimately, the fate of Billabong is in the hands of its own people. We will find a way to root out the fragmentum, or the Astro Express will do everything within our power to help. I think the Astro Express will probably do something.
那作为领袖，我也必须给出与之对等的承诺才行。
In that case, as a leader, I must give you a promise of the same weight. Wow. Really? That's a big promise. You think the MC is my favorite character? Oh, your favorite character? Because she's like cool, right? Because the MCs are really
我
cool.
们一定会尽全部的努力，坚持到开拓者返航的那天。就算要再花上700个年头，亚利洛6号的孩子也会一直仰望星空，心怀希望。
We'll hold out with everything we have until the day you trailblazers return, even if it takes another 700 years. The children of Jarilo 6 will look up to the sky with hope in their hearts. Are we like Santa, but we only come back every hundreds of years? She's a cool girl failure. The MC is a girl failure.
再见了，朋友
The
们。
MC is very cool and
愿星空
nonchalant.
存护你
She
们的旅
is,
途。
she is. She's like, rules are meant to be broken. And she always has the slightly dead eyes. And she talks with a really deep voice when she does. So long, my friends. May the preservation bless your journey. Yeah. Okay, time to go.
恭喜啊！你的第一次开拓之旅到此就顺利结束了。
Congrats! That was one of the heck of a first trailblazing
确实是个庆
expedition.
贺。
Worth celebrating, I'd say. On a scale of 1 to 5, how would you rate this journey? MC's definitely lesbian. You would know, Torture, right? Because you're very familiar with lesbians. On a scale from 1 to 5, how would you rate this journey? 2.5. 5. Eh? Who said what?
什么啊？居然连及格分都没有吗？
Oh, he said 2.5. And she said 5. What? That run of the mill,
我的
huh?
评判标准和你不同。
My scoring criteria is different from yours. Okay, what are the two of your scoring criteria then?
还是采访一下你吧，有什么获奖感言吗？
Anyway, we should be asking Powder. Any thoughts you want to share? Okay, so what will the next adventure be like? Or, I feel like I could fight 100 more monsters. Time for a nap. Time for a nap.
什么
But
什么？那可不行！眼看咱都要离开了，我连像样的照片都没拍过几张呢。
it is nice though having all these pictures of different planets. They're kind of tourists in a way. Wait, what? No way. We're about to leave and I hardly got any decent
走吧，
photos.
我们再去行政区溜达一圈。
Come on, let's go back to administrative district and hang out for a bit longer. Okay, yeah. New feature available, planner ornament. Provides the wearer with special stats, gains bonus buffs if the wearer has a complete set equipped. What? What is this? What? Open your character menu to view planner ornaments? Huh? Enter the relic screen? No. Oh! All these things. Why is there so much equipment? It's kind of scary. Planner ornaments can offer special multiple stats. Okay, equip planner ornament. Challenge the simu to obtain more planner ornaments. Wow. Yeah, I'm just unlocking ornamentation now. They're like accessories in other games. Man, it's so much equipment. How do I deal? Click on recommended gear. Okay, nice. I don't really understand it, but this is fine. No? Go fuck some shit up. Let's fight monsters. Maybe we should fight some monsters. But I don't have the biggest need to do it just yet. It's all random bullshit. It
愿意
is.
为了我们再
It's
等
all
上
just
700
random
年。
stuff. Rania says she's willing to wait 700
大好
years for us.
最长寿的人类能活到
How
多少
long
岁
can
呀？
humans live for? Forever.
无
But
穷
in
无
that
尽，
scenario, they can't be considered human anymore.
那已经不能称之为人类了。
So how old will Branya live
我
for?
就问问，
Yikes.
你别
So
突然这么严
serious.
肃啊！
I was just curious. How long will we live for, Daha? March? Why not?
永动
Because
无拍照拍照。
maybe because they turn into robots? I don't know. Maybe because not every human gets to live forever in this world. Here we are, Everwinter Mountain, photo time. But I think that I want a future where humans all live forever.
佩拉和虎克也在，怎么说？要不要把他俩也拍进去？
Pela and Hoku are here too. How about we get them? Let's make sure we get them in the background. Okay, yeah, good idea. Let's show them the photos once they're done. Or maybe we could try for a cleaner composition for this one. Nah, good idea. I don't care about the cleaner composition. Use the function below to take picture of a camera. Oh, I have camera taking abilities now. Let's go in the middle of them. How do I do this? Oh, I see. Wait, I had a camera taking ability before, I just remembered. Okay, let's go take a picture of them. How do I do this? Whatever, good enough. Good
接下
enough.
来去哪呢？
Oh, I thought I only took the zoomed in version, not the zoomed out version. You want a future where you're the only person left alive? Aww. What? You wish women were real? You're just tired of kissing dudes. Get them to dress up. Just make some of them transition. Yeah, just treat them like the woman they always wanted to be. That's a new trick, because I first thought it was a way to deal with stuff like that. Okay, where to next? Oh, we haven't seen Serval since we got back. Let's head to the workshop and take a picture, maybe? Take a picture of Serval? So she's a friend. Wow, we're making friends left and right. Is it this easy to make friends? Well, I guess there's not much commitment. Who's there? Didn't your parents tell you to knock before? It's you three. Yeah. Come in.
我跟克拉拉刚才还聊起你们了呢。
I was just talking to Clara about you. What were you saying? Good things,
又
right?
见面了，大姐姐。希露瓦姐姐的小屋真的好神奇，什么宝贝都有。克拉拉很喜欢这里。
Oh my god, is she gonna be her apprentice? Is Clara gonna be Serval's apprentice? How have you been, big sister? Miss Serval's workshop is amazing. There's all kinds of things. I really like it here.
克拉拉这孩子真是太懂事了，哪像那群筑城者家的熊孩子，张口就是阿姨阿姨。
Miss Serval, Clara's such a well-mannered kid. Meanwhile, the other architect's children are still calling me auntie, auntie, and making me feel old. Okay, lesson learned. If I ever meet a big sis, call her Miss or Big Sis. Don't ever say auntie, yeah? Okay. Do I feel like an auntie? Let's take a photo together.
我还以为只有粉丝见面会才有这个环节呢。看在你们仨的面子上，我可以帮你们免费签名哦。
No, that's not what I meant, Serval. Photo? That feels like one of my fan meetups. Anyway, for your guys, I do autographs for free.
克拉拉想起来了，我还小的时候，施瓦罗先生也给克拉拉拍照过。
Just got sick. Your tummy hurts? Oh no. I hope you feel better soon, and man should be on the toilet enough so that it gets better. Oh, photo. Oh, I remember. When I was little, Mr. Sparrow took a photo
来，
for
克拉拉
me.
站过来点儿，姐姐教你几个拍照的最佳角度。
Oh, come here, Clara. Yeah, this big sister is going to show you some good ways to take photos. Good angles is what she actually said. Okay, yeah, let's go. Well, I mean, they're clearly not doing good angles. This is fine. Okay. Let's go zoom up closer. Zoom up closer. I'm bad at taking photos, actually. Who cares about the guy at the back? Okay, fine, we'll do this. Do you think robot women will be a thing so someone will love even if it's just because they're programmed to? I think that... why not? Why not? I think that that's okay, yeah? You took too many pills on an empty stomach. Oh no! Oh no! Quickly, go eat some bread. Maybe you'll feel a little better after that. Oh, I didn't mean to save the photo, but I saved it anyway. Hi, Clara.
这，你这完全就是拍了个
still
寂寞嘛。
Yeah. It's better if you have them shoved inside the cube, right? Shoved inside the... I forgot what it was called again. The gate cube thing? The gate cube thing. You'd rather have a virtual waifu? Girls, 3D women are yucky. What if they're hologram? 3D hologram. Is that better? Or is it still 3D? Yeah? Like Miku. Yeah, like Miku. There's gotta be a better shot than this one, no?
明明克拉拉费了很大力气才没有眨眼。
I was trying really hard not to blink. Why don't you guys go sit together? You can do a 3D hologram. Okay, so long as they're not physical.
唉，咱就不该相信业余摄影师。
Only bang PNG. Only bang PNGs. You don't even wanna hologram.
唉，算了，怎么说也算有点纪念意义。
Never
这张照片就
mind.
送给你们吧，
At
就
least
当
it's
做是列车组的
memorable.
临别礼物。
We'll gift this to you, this picture, as a little farewell gift from the Astro Express.
啊，你们这么快就要走了吗？
You're leaving so soon? Yeah, we have more planets to
我明
visit.
白了，那这张照片我可得好好保管，晚点我也会帮你复制一份的，克拉拉。
I understand. Well, this photo will always be close to my heart. I'll make a copy for you too, Clara.
谢谢西鲁娃姐姐、大姐姐、三月姐姐，还有丹恒哥哥，感谢你们此前的照顾，希望你们这一路上能平平安安的。
Aw, she's so sweet. Thanks, Miss Sarah. Big sister, Powder, March, thank you for taking care of me.
有
Safe
时间的话
travels.
请一定要再来看克拉拉和施瓦罗先生呀。
Yeah, we'll come back. No, we probably won't come back. Canonically, we probably don't come back. She's gonna put it in her boob crack. That's kind of nice, right? If you had a boob, when you want to keep PNGs on your boobs, if you have time, please come back and visit me and Mr. Splara. Yeah, we will. Well, canonically, we probably won't. Because our Astro Express just keeps
照
moving.
片拍完了，姐也逛累了，接下来。
That's enough sightseeing and photo taking to last
接
me a
下来
while.
就该去
Next
哥的宾
time,
馆好好睡上一觉了。
time to head back to the Good Hotel for a good night's sleep. I thought we were going back to the Astro Express. Why are we going to the Good Hotel?
回列车
You'll
再睡。
put bills and pay out sweaty bills. Oh yeah, like they do. I've never seen it happen, but I heard stories on Reddit that people stuff bills inside their chest pocket, the boob pocket, bras. Now I think about it, I think my boobs aren't big enough for that. We can sleep when we're back on the Astro
什
Express.
么呀？
But I definitely can't do that. I have to shove it into the clothing, into this blue clothing. Perfect cake never changed. Not so fast. Last time we were here, that evil Madame Guardian interrupted us before we gotten most of our luxury suites. Don't you think we should make up for it? Alright, time for a luxury night.
走了走了，才一晚而已。
Stay flat, huh?
特大人很有耐心的。
Come on. No, Himako and Mr. Young are grown-ups. I'm sure they'll cope without us for one night. I want to see them
再
though.
说了，贝洛伯格难得变得这么热闹，你们就不想再多找人聊聊天吗？我反正还没待够呢。
We can always pretend you have wiggle hunkers. On this body, it probably will look weird. But you can pretend as much as you like. You can tape the bills to you and go work out or something. Oh yeah, that's true. You can always use fashion tape. But besides, don't you want to chit chat with locals now that Billowblog is full of life again? I know I do. Not really. I kind of just want to go back to the Astro Express. What is? Oh, this is a symbol. Okay, time to go. I wish our main character could grow shorter. That way I wouldn't have to run with Herda all the time. I could run with someone. I could run with the cool, our cool this self with the hat that throws the pretty hat around. I love this skill. It's so fun. Stars everywhere. I really like it. It's so pretty. Yeah, it's like fireworks. Okay, back to Herda. Where's Herda? Number 3. Yeah. What's in this trash can? Yeah, love the hat too. It reminds you of Mario Odyssey. Oh, I've never played that. What's Mario Odyssey? Yeah, you forgot they gave her a new path. Oh yeah, it's very new, right? I logged in and they were like, here, have this. Hi, Bingba. Yeah, Powder Kev, you like, I don't like feet. I'm gonna stop talking like I'm gonna go to bed early and eat my vegetables. That's evil Powder and not angelic Powder. Hi, Bing Bong. It's nice to see you. It's a really fun modern Mario game. You might like it. What's Mario Odyssey? Mario Odyssey. Yeah, enter. Super Mario Odyssey for Nintendo Switch. I don't have a Switch. Have fun eating your feet vegetables in bed. What is that? A potato, right? I love potatoes. You are angelic. What? What an interesting first picture of Mario Odyssey. I'm sold. This is the end. Oh, like the hat. Oh my gosh, we're like him. You're right. Aw, I'm an angel. Oh, what is this? Oh, he does it too. Everyone's throwing hats these days. Is that the new thing? I need to learn how to throw a hat. Oh, he has a white hat? What the heck? Is everything about hats in this game? Bing.com/videos galore. The hat throwing, so every character has hats these days. Yes, yeah, alright, I guess it's all about hats. That's interesting. What a fun new gimmick. This game is about taking over people with your hat. Oh, wow, it really is all about hats. Huh? How did that happen? Oh my god. He can dress in Bowser's clothes with a Mario Bowser hat. It's a very fun game. Wow. I would never be able to play it though, because it's on Switch. Nonetheless, it's very cool. Not something you replay, but you did 100% it. It's a very fun game, just not a replayable game, I see. Yeah? You think you'd have a blast playing with no Switch, no Mario. Yeah. Cool to look at. It's cool to look at, but no ability to play it. Someone threw a book in the trash can. You pick it up. It seems to be a lengthy serial novel by the name of Tale of the Winterlands. You seem to have an incomplete 4th volume in your hands. Oh my gosh, is this an author? Someone get her Switch. Aww. Is that possible to put up on screen? Okay. Well, I did hear about people playing Animal Crossing while streaming it, so maybe it's possible. As a member of the Astro Express, you are well-mannered and respectful. You know that other people's luggage is their sacred and inviolable property. We respect property rights. Just tell Nintendo that they should start selling Mario games on the PC. Yeah? You're sure they'll listen to you. Okay, let's go to Twitter. Let's go to Twitter and tell Nintendo to start selling Mario games on the PC. Yeah? x.com/powder. /powder. But it's okay to do this because they'll never look at it. It's okay to do this because they definitely won't respond. This is the benefit of being a child. The benefit of being a child on the internet. No, I'm not a child, but like we're basically children given how insignificant we are. This is the benefit of being insignificant. At Nintendo, or at Nintendo of America, at Nintendo of Netherlands, and at Nintendo. Give me one more country. Which Nintendo? Nintendo of China? Is this China or Taiwan? Whatever. Who knows what it is? Nintendo of VS? What the heck is that? Japan? Okay. Nintendo Japan. Which one's Japan? I don't have no idea why it's the second one. Maybe it's because of you. What? Which one's Japan? Is the Japan Nintendo not called Nintendo? I couldn't find the Nintendo Japan. Is it not called Nintendo? It's fine. We'll just do the third one that shows up. Then Nintendo. What? Nintendo Belgium. We'll just do all of them. Nintendo Belgium. Whatever the heck this is. And is there any more? Is there any more? Oh, here's the Neuro Nintendo. Okay. Please, please. We finally found the normal Nintendo. What was it again? No. Please make Mario. Look at this little Twitter thing. We used up a fourth of it just doing at Nintendo. Make Mario games. Make Mario games on PC, please. Please. I don't even use this language most of the time, but it feels appropriate. Sad face, heart. Oh, and cross platform. Platform and free. Is that new Zoomer speak? I don't know. I just remember from Summer Blocks kicking you back to 2010. Is that what people did in 2010? I don't know where I got this from, but I kind of remember it from somewhere. Blocks. Blocks. Heart. Or just the PC one. Blocks. What did you miss? We were sidetracked. We're sidetracked over at Mario games. Mario Odyssey. And then I learned that it was only on Nintendo Switch and not on PC. Wait, let's chill them a little bit so that they feel better about us. Not that they'll ever look at it, to be honest. We don't have to worry about it because they'll never look at it, but let's chill them a little so that they feel better. Where are my posts? Why didn't it happen? I thought I posted it. I don't see it. It didn't get filtered, did it? I don't think they do that. What? What happened? What happened? Why did I not see my own post? How unfortunate. Okay, I just write another one. No. I won't. No. I don't. Going on Nintendo's radar. Where the heck did it go? It's in replies. Wait, what? Did I reply to myself by accident? Show probable spam. Replies? Replies. Why is it in replies and not posts? It's in replies tab. Oh. Is that how Twitter works? Like... I'm so confused. Why is it in replies? I'm not replying to myself. Okay. Mario Odyssey. It's called Mario Odyssey. Oh, tweet says start at. We'll go to replies now. Oh, shoot. Mario Odyssey is great. Mario Odyssey is great. I don't know how to shill properly. Okay. Good enough. Elon Musk. Are we looking at Booba on Twitter? I guess we could. Elongated mustache. Wait, should I ask Elon Musk as well? No Booba on Twitter. We'll get banned. Okay, well, we finished. Don't look through Powder's likes. What are my likes anyway? Elon replies, so maybe not. Okay, never mind. I thought he wouldn't reply because, like, we're too insignificant. But maybe he actually replies to people, so we won't go there. Ask Elon for a quick cash infusion. Wouldn't that be nice? Kagi, thoughts on elongated muskrats? Pledge to support earless oranges presidential campaign. Wait, what? That happened? Wait, for real? That happened? My god. I didn't know that happened. What, was this recent? Was this recent? Oh yeah, they also said Biden was gonna step down. Like this week, right? In the meantime, what's gonna happen with the presidential race? You pray Nintendo sends you some kind of care package. Nintendo, give me a care package, please. Then I can properly shill you. Let me go into the hotel room. It's time for Betty Bye. Yeah. the president's race, I think they're both Caucasian. Caucasians. Ooh, that's why it's okay to for them to fetishize Asians, because they're just Asian cocks. And relatively recent, there has been a huge push for Biden to step down. Yes, but you believe the man himself is standing firm still. Man, I thought he cared about listening to constituents. You know, when he was running, he was like, I'm only doing this for one term. Look at where we are now. Actually, Biden did step down last night. Oh, we got the latest news from Zell. wait, no, this is not. I don't think this counts as politics. So this is just some internet news. This is just internet news. Caucasians, yeah, Caucasians. How do you look at someone else's life you can't anymore? Oh, I thought they brought it back. Do they like remove it again? Wait, Biden stepped down? Did it actually happen? It was Fox talking, so it was mostly bullshit. Oh yeah. 37 minutes ago on AP News. Well, Microsoft? AP News, yes. What is this? MSN? AP News? AP News. Joe Biden faces increasing pressure to quit the race, but has spent a lifetime overcoming the odds. 2 hours ago. What? He didn't. He didn't. Oh well. Well, who knows? Might happen. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, he lost the support of his own party, right? You were watching Aswan and saw him react to the news because people spammed. Oh, the Fox, spam Fox, right? They brought back corn on Twitter. The next day they got rid of likes because Elon was like, horny shit. Seriously, that's so funny. At least Elon's using the platform as it is intended to use it. Elon was super horny on main face, if you ask me. Yeah. you know, for all his whatevers, at least I can applaud him for this one. He knows how to use Twitter. Yeah, he shouldn't feel ashamed. He should own it like the Giga Chad he's supposed to be. Okay, time to go to beddy, bye. Yeah, you're overwhelmed with a sense of weariness. Not based, he was embarrassed, so he had to change. Yeah, he's not based because he was embarrassed. Someone should kick some sense into him. Well, tell him, stop being embarrassed. Being embarrassed is a sign of weakness. You only like horny shit on Twitter. That's the best use for Twitter. Go to bed. Oh, we're still getting weird dreams. Only horny shit and powder tweets. Aww. And cute art. Yeah, cute lolly art, right? Actually, when I scroll through Twitter, I see like, is Astro still around? I see like Astro. No, Astro's not around anymore. Okay, I can say it then. I see Astro like posting things, and then at Zell. Astro goes at Zell, and then it's always some kind of lolly, or not always actually, but most of the times it's some cute lolly art. Lots of tummies, usually like with things exposed. So I get to see it. Oh my god, hi Dark Jester Angel, it's nice to see you. You also like some funny NBA memes sometimes. Oh, well, it's too bad I'm not getting those. Lots of great art on Twitter. Yeah, there's so many artists. Or he's trying to trick you with traps. Hi Jester, it's nice to see you. In Nabi Nagi, a game that you have not played, I remember I once used a male avatar, just to see how it was like, and someone immediately outed me as a girl. It was impossible for me to pretend to be a trap. Actually fell for one because you didn't trust your gut. Oh no. Hi Kebab. Nice to see you. Came at the same time as Dark Jester. Oh yeah, how are you both? Since you like how are you? My day is okay. Hey, my day is nice. I ate steak in the morning, so I was happy. Usually play as girls in games when possible. Yeah, me too. I like playing as girls. I tried being a guy once because you can rebirth into a guy and girl in that particular game. It was hard. It was hard. You're not staring at a man's ass when playing games. Yeah, I only like looking at girls too. Makes me sad when it's a dude. But it's okay. I went through it for the sake of Disco Elysium. Even though I had to stare at a man, it was okay because at least it was a special game. You like dressing up cute girls and designing them. Here with Cal. Not gonna lie. Yeah. There's only... Well, why be a dude when you can be a cute girl in the game? You love being a cool guy. You feel weak playing girls. Yeah. I can see that perspective. I don't identify with the guys, so I don't like playing as a guy. Especially in Neo? What's that? Neo 2. What? Edge. Neo 2. Images. Oh, it's a cool sword game. Something wrong. Something king. It's Japanese? Is it Japanese? As one of the best character creators. Oh my god, character creators in games. Sometimes I look at a game and I just... Sometimes I only want to play a game because of the characters. Although I don't tend to play it for a long time. But it looks really pretty. Yeah? Especially the horned person. It does look cool. The engine of creation, Kokolia, an ethereal outer space. The gaze of preservation. Your fragmented memory of the battle forms a blurry and surreal montage. That's you with gotcha, but you never play them. Yeah, that makes sense. Max out the ass slider on the character creator BBL. It's been so long since I heard BBL. I actually forgot what the acronym meant. Bubble butt? No, it's something else. BBL. It's been so long since I heard that word. You play as both guys and girls because you think everyone can be cool. Yeah, that's the best. No discrimination. You have the most options. Brazilian butt lift. Oh, Brazilian butt lift, big booty Latina. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for telling me what it means. Zell doesn't like it. It's been so long since I've heard BBL. Like, I don't know. I feel like it was really popular a couple years ago, and then it slowly dropped in popularity. In the midst of this, BBLs look so bad almost every time. Yeah, I think I heard about them because of like the Kardashian celebrities that no one can escape from. I've never seen it look good. Keggy, you didn't hear about BBL Drizzy? What's Drizzy? What's a Drizzy? Yeah, is it a human? Or is it a butt? But maybe that is a bias thing. So you'd by the way, if a lolly has a big butt, would you feel like they should cut some butt off? Big booty Latino? Pog? What's a pog? The Drizzy is a rapper Drake. Did he decide to get a BBL? Where you only think it looks bad because you only see the bad ones. Lolly shouldn't have big butts. Okay. And let's find the sign. Pog means fat ass white girl. I was on public transport once, and I saw someone who looked like a cartoon character. It was actually really impressive. Like, they had a really slender upper body, and a really big butt, and they were also white. And it's still stuck in my memory because I was like, wow, I've never seen someone so much like a cartoon before, and I was like in awe. I need to introduce you. I should have gotten her contact information. Lolly should have small and round and well-formed butts. You like them pert and perky, eh? It was really like, it was such an experience. It was almost divine, like out of this world. Did the person look like the mother in The Incredibles? Wait, hold on, let me go to the mother in Incredibles. Incredibles, mother. You like them polygon with edges? Oh, sharp. Oh, let me draw over her. This guy's funny. Let me draw over the mother in Incredibles. Maybe I'll be able to get a sense of what they look like. Pixar moms are good as far as vlogs go. I had an out-of-body experience. It was very cool. What is that second pic? Some guy's face. Okay, let me paste it in here. And then we'll draw over it. Mr. Elastic, yeah. Alright, so it looks something like this. Hold on. Let me get a brush and figure out the brush size. It looks something like this. The top part still stayed approximately the same. And then afterwards, oh, this is a bad color. Let me use red. And then after red's a bad color, let me use yellow. Blue maybe? Yeah, blue's good. Blue's good. Oh, the massive ass and the thinnest waist. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And it was like this. And then afterwards the butt was just like, it was like, and then like the legs were like, no, it was like that. and then afterwards it slowly tapered down into like legs. So something like that. Something like that. But the top was like really small and really thin. Like her body. Yeah. Yep, like that. Yep. And Jarilo girl, I thought it was like the coolest thing ever. I felt like she should have been a supermodel because she was tall too. She was actually very tall. I mean, maybe I have a skewed perception because I'm short, but I'm pretty sure she was very tall. So like, imagine a 6 feet tall. Imagine like a 6 feet tall person. No, with someone like this. Anyway, yeah, it was super pretty. I mean, was it? It was like very cool. I thought she should have been a supermodel. Okay. She was tall, greater than 5'8". Yeah, she was probably greater than 5'8". I don't know. Well, she was taller than me by like at least one head, maybe 2 heads. In the midst of this frantic tapestry events, you see the moment Kokalia perish with the Stellaron. A strange voice speaks to you in a hushed tone. There is a girl at your work that looks like Barbie and looks so weird and uncanny. Wow, that girl should be a supermodel too. Sad knowing you'll probably never have a 6-foot hawk do whatever she wants to me. Aww. I believe you'll find the perfect girl torturer. Perfect woman. But the voice passes rapidly. You try to recall what you saw in those fleeting moments, but find no trace. There will always be some abused lady out there who's looking for some kind of comfort and looks super hot like you want them to, and you're going to be the person that they can turn to, and then you can prey on that and make sure that you can tie them to you forever. In this world, there will always be someone like that out there. Either only allow the tiniest amount of pudginess, like the tiniest amount that make the clothes slightly indent in their skin, but that's just you. I see, that's your preferences, right? Barbie girl isn't cute, she's creepy. That's why they should be a supermodel. Ribs are so hot. You like it when ribs stick out? Like this? You like it when ribs stick out? Like I probably won't be able to do it justice, but like you have the bone, you know, like the hip bone here, and then like the rib cage does its own thing, like that, right? And then the belly, like here's a hip bone, like that. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. this is the belly. This is the belly. Okay, you do like it like that. The moment you see ribs, you lose any desire. Oh, so they need more meat. They need more meat for you, Zell. What? Ribs and abs makes you want to do a flip. Ribs are a turn off. Ribs seem to be very controversial. What? Were we delving further into degeneracy? Stretch belly. Seriously, good. This is a nice pose, right? That's a nice pose. Something like that. The neck somewhere over here. Stretching the belly is thing. That's hard. If you want like a thin person, then you also don't want ribs. I feel like that's hard. You really need a look. Very thin people and people with blue eyes kind of freak you out. Too much like the Snow Queen from Narnia. You'd be fucking with muscular women too. Oh, muscle meats. Well, the perfect girl's very rare to find. You know what? I think that I believe in you. What about spine bones? The voice passes rapidly. You try to recall what you saw in those fleeting moments, but find no trace. You need someone tall and thin to balance you out, being 2 feet tall and beach ball shape. Oh my god, Cuddle gets the best. Hey, Cuddle, what? You need someone who can, like, press you into their boobs, right? I feel like that'd be like a heavenly experience. It's like a whole mattress of woman. Oh, nice to see you, Cuddle, by the way. You came in so naturally and forgot to say hi. Grinding every day to be talented rips so girls with nice abs want you. Aw, I believe you. You know, you do look kind of like gym guy. Yeah. Actually, the perfect girl's very easy to find bottom right screen. Aw. Women with toned bodies okay, but muscle women are the type to be the man in bed, in your opinion? No? You need a shy muscle woman. You love the spine as long as it's a good posture. Okay. And you're very picky when it comes to girls and women, like very. Even 1 minus can make you lose interest. Oh. Oh wow. You sneak into the movie theater by hiding you. Sneak you in the movie theater by hiding you in the cleavage. That'd be so fun. Any kind of bone action is a turn off. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see, no bones. So you don't like any bones. Oh, so you prefer well, Nanachi. Yeah. Is you like Nanachi? Yeah. Is Nanachi perfect or is Nanachi too chubby? Is Nanachi perfect or too chubby? Yeah. All of a sudden you hear it again, a female voice in your ear. You like skeletal girls. Wow, I found the biggest divergence between Hal's lolly preferences and Zell's lolly preferences. Nanachi's a furry thing. Too furry, never mind. Doesn't count as lolly. A hook. What about hook in this game? Yeah, the biggest divergence is that Hal, like skeletal, and yeah, I meant Naden Abyss. You're right, it's just a furry. But she was short, so I tried. We should do a poll for like thin, medium, and chubby. Yeah. All of a sudden you hear it again, a female
而
voice
在
in
旅
your
途
ear.
的尽头，所有困扰你的谜题都将会解开。
At the end of your journey, all that perplexes you and troubles you will resolve. What? You like skeletal to lean? No? Okay. Yeah. I feel like should we do a paint thing? Should we do a paint thing? Let's see. Yeah, there's a scale, right? Let's do it like this. Yeah, there's a scale. From thin to thick. And at the very end we have skeletal. Skeletal. And at the very, what will we have at this end? What will we have at this end? Oh, thin, medium, chubby, sand, walker figure, fat. Oh, okay. Fat. 1G. You can take any of those. You know what? Okay, this is the end. Pudgy, chubby, I don't know, regular, big boned, big boned. Where's big boned? Is that over here? What's a sandwalker? I don't know what a sandwalker is either. I'm kind of curious. Big boned, lean, I guess. Lean, and just covered. I don't know what this is. Regular thin. Regular thin. Thin reg. Petite. You don't know the term in English. You know what? Let's search it up. What that means. Alright, we finally got our derail. What is sand walker? No, that's the wrong sandwalker. That's the wrong sandwalker. Hourglass. Oh, hourglass figure. Oh, a sandwalker. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Oh, that makes so much sense. An hourglass walks sand. Oh. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. I'll wait for your poll results. Seems like most people like medium. I don't really have that strong of a preference myself. Sandwalker sounds derogatory. Whoopsies. You're thinking of some kind of tune soundform. It seems most people are wrong. That was your ESL. It's fine. We learned a Dutch word, sort of. If we ever want to learn Dutch, then we've got this one. They're called zandlopers in Dutch. Zandwalker. Oh, sandloper. Oh, that's so cool. You'd rather a girl here. You say hourglass figure. A sandwalker. Hey girl, nice sandwalker figure. Hey. You might actually, she might actually be like, oh, that's a compliment because she watched Dune. Sandwalker is a literal translation. Yeah, that makes sense. Sandwalker sounds like a slur for Arabs. You can say, hey girl, well, I like your sandwalker figure as long as they're not an Arab. Hey girl, make it through the desert on a horse with no name. It's a compliment here. Yeah. You like a girl shaped like an iPhone. Oh, so medium one. Most people like medium. Yeah. Normal. Well, most people have normal. You like a girl shaped like an iPhone. Got the silhouette of a fridge and the contents. Sound something. Walk without rhythm. Medium's basically normal. Oh yeah, most people like normal. That's so sweet. That's really kind. Typing normal would be weird. Most people like average. Not too thin, not too thick. That makes sense. You rode through the desert on a horse with no name. You learned the song guitar when you were learning. Oh, it's a song. Medium's not normie like Victor.
对呀，当时可真是
It's the
千钧
guy
一
on the
发。
poster.
好在我桑博灵机一动，嘿，我又没必要去担任那个主角，是不是？咱们当好戴面具的丑角就对了嘛。
That was a close thing, alright? Good thing it dawned on me. Hey, Sampo doesn't have to be a protagonist, right? The likes of us are better suited to shadowy comic relief, huh? Well, who's he talking to? What? Because normal for Americans would be fat for the rest of the world. Honestly, considering that we have both European and American voters, I do wonder what the difference is. What the differences in what you guys were thinking of medium are. No. You think 5'5" 125 pounds is an average ideal, whatever that is. How did you even get that number? BMI off the charts. But they could be any height and stuff. Where did you get those specific numbers? Those awfully specific numbers. How sandwalker sound like a slur? Was someone really skinny like a mummy dried out in the sun? I feel like if someone said to me, something about sandwalkers, I'd be like, did you watch Dune recently? As well. Those numbers are from your brain. Oh, okay.
事实证明啊，
I guess
星
it's
穹列
like
车这伙人比我想的还要有
house
趣。
4 feet.
你很喜欢，
163 centimeters.
真是杰作呀！
63 kg. Oh, that's what it is in. Nah, that's what it is in non-freedom units. Non-freedom units in metric. Ah, I see. Yeah. Huh. Wait. 163 cm is 5 foot and 5 inches. Wow. Turns out the Astro Express crew is more fun than I expected. You liked it? Really? I told you so. What? Who's he talking to?
不，我还不想离开这儿。什么？艾普瑟隆？那种纸醉金迷的地方有什么乐子好找？越能体现人性尊严的快乐，越是高级的快乐。
I see. He's talking to someone giving him
这才有趣。
orders. No is 不 in Chinese. 不, yeah. 不 means no or not or just like negative. No, yeah. 不 yeah. You will not speak to a girl if she's under 6 feet or has less than 500k income. Or she doesn't have piercing light blue eyes. No, I'm in no hurry to leave. What? Oh, Epsilon? What fun can you get out of a giant vanity fair like that? True happiness always entails a manifestation of the dignity of mankind. Now that's a quote I live by, yeah? Does it? I can recite pi to 30 digits. Wow. Bull milk powder. No milk. Anti-milk. Giving the brokies a chance. Personally, the only women you consider WNBA. Oh. So the regular, men's NBA are NBA and women's NBA are WNBA. Is that how it works?
好，来了，替我向酒馆的兄弟姐妹们问好，别忘了告诉他们，就说敬请期待我
okay,
老
thank
桑
you
伯
for
的下一
confirming.
场戏。
I had no
现
idea.
在我要谢幕。
Actually, now that I think about it, I always thought that the NBA was only containing men. I didn't realize there was a women's division. I never thought about it before. And it's just hitting me now that there's a women's league. NBA is technically an open league, but only men play. Yeah. WNBA is a women's league. Oh, okay. NBA technically is open to females, but that doesn't actually happen. No. How was just your oh, it's just that women are garbage at probably level sport. Oh. Well, bye for now. Send my regards to the guys and girls in the tavern. Oh, and don't forget to say that some will cost keep. I'll cash in for the next one. Time to make my curtain call. Compared to men. Yeah, we need to find a woman and jack them up with testosterone. And like from a young age, but like still give them big boobies. You're not being sexist. No, I know what you're saying. This is like the guys get some like grown-up advantage kind of thing, which like is a thing, and we can just stop that there. Right? Because if I say any more, I'm gonna be misinterpreted. Actually, this past season, there were some inklings the first woman NBA player would actually come into the league, but she ended up going to the WNBA. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, well, it was almost so cool. Why would you join the regular NBA as a woman, even if you are capable? Money. Also, you earn more money, yeah, as regular NBA, right? Might as well join the WNBA and be the best. I don't. What? What? No. What? Tyler, you can do WNBA if you believe. I'm too weak. I'm even for a girl, I'm too weak. Even for girls, I'm too short. Too non-muscle. What? I'm too frail. Being a shit NBA player, you make like 12 times regular WNBA player. Oh, you can play darts. Darts. Those magnetic darts. I forgot about the magnetic dart boards. They used to be kind of cool. You won't talk to a girl, she's over 5'4", 120 pounds. You are being sexist. To you, my dear audience, I dedicate my performance. I wonder, did I bring a little more joy into your lives? Why is Sampo breaking the fourth
如果您
wall?
说没有，桑博会很伤心哟。
You don't have to answer that, but if the answer is no, then Sampo's heart will be broken. Rip Dutch girls. Oh, poor Dutch girls. Are they tall? Are Dutch girls tall? Huh? Are you being discriminatory? Poor tall girls. It's okay. They can cuddle, can grab them.
去找3月和丹恒吧。
How tall did you say you are? 4 feet? No, I'm 5 feet. I'm 5 feet. I'm not that short. I'm not that short. I'm 5 feet. If I were 4 feet, I'd probably be category. 4 feet, huh? Yeah, I'm not that short. You want a girl to be able to breathe and realist. Wow, and so not discriminatory. This is the best. You'll have plenty of fish in the sea. 5'7" on average. Wow. They must be so. I want them to pick me up. I want a Dutch girl to pick me up. We just saw Sampo break the fourth wall. Why did he do that?
早上好呀，睡得怎么样？我现在可是精神满满。
Morning, Powder. How did you sleep? I'm full of energy myself. Also, Sampo just rejected us when we tried to flirt with him. How dare he say his heart will be broken? He already broke our hearts. Your distant cousin could probably do it easily. Wow! Oh my god. I need to visit a European country filled with tall white people and have them lift me up and helicopter me. Yeah? March 7th with so fucking annoying. Can we kill her? Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know what dialogue option to most annoy her with. We should stick her back in the freezer where she belongs. She is 6'1" and built bigger than most guys. Whoa, she's so cool. Or, I dreamed about Sampo.
真晦气！我去翻翻黄历，没准今天不宜出行。
You poor thing. I'll go check the lunar calendar. Today might be unlucky. What's wrong with Sampo? Huh? If you want tall girls, go to the northeast of Europe or the Netherlands. Northeast, so not the west, but the east, or the Netherlands. Wow. I need to go there and ask them to pick me up. Did you get Himiko's message? It's time to go. The conductor will nag us again if we put the express behind the schedule. Okay, yeah, we'll go. I didn't get Himiko's message though. Oh, hello, welcome back. There's a demo too. A new 5 Nights at Candy's game. Is that 5 Nights at Freddy's or is that 5 Nights at Candy's? I've never heard of 5 Nights at Candy's before.
收到了，收到了，带好行李和纪念品，我们回家。
Yeah, you said it. Well, pack your souvenirs and stuff. We're going back home. Okay, yeah. You don't know Candy's? I don't. What's 5 Nights at Candy's? Should I look it? Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Seems like I didn't know that there was such a thing as 5 Nights at Candy's. 5 Nights. 5 Nights at Candy's. Oh my god. What the heck is this? You have no idea. Candy's nuts. Candy's nuts. Candy's can. Oh yeah. It's a horror game. Oh, it looks like Freddy's. Wait, what's it? Just looking at their faces is scary. It's a pretty good FNF fan game. Oh, so you should play 5 Nights. Got him. So if I do this, I should play 5 Nights at Freddy's, right? Yeah. So since it's a fan game, do you need to 5 Nights at Freddy's first in order to get the context? I almost let out air. 5 Nights at Candy's is a horror point and click game, to put your nerves to the test. This image looks so scary. Like, just looking at it is scary. Five Nights at Freddy's. I've never played this game. You remember playing it at school with your friends, the good old times? Aww. Oh my god, that sounds so nice. I would never want to play this in a dark room. That's terrifying. You wonder how I'd react. You've never played FNAF before? Yeah, I've never played this before. I've never even seen the trailer, honestly. Yeah. I think, was I too young? No, I wasn't too young for it, but I never played, like, games back then, you know? Should we look at the trailer? I'll just look at images. What is it about? Oh my god, it's terrifying. This is the movie. There's a movie? Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's game? Okay, you can read FNAF like an acronym, like Sega, and not like CNN, you know? Oh, how do you say it? FNAF? NAF? FNAF? Is it FNAF? FNAF? Or, something else? FNAF? 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 Oh, FNAF! Thank you for telling me. FNAF. Like Sega, not like CNN. FNAF. I had no idea. FNAF. This is how you know I don't. I've never played FNAF. Probably too old. FNAF is Skibidi Toilet Generation, in your opinion. FNAF VR. You should go straight to FNAF VR. I don't have VR. I've never played in VR. I've always wanted to play Beat Saber, but I never got the chance because no VR. It's so unfortunate. If you've done VR, can you tell me what it's like? Is it fun? There are two FNAF VR games. Whoa, not just one, but two. What? Why are there two? Is FNAF like a series? Part 1 and part 2? What? VR is for nerds, right? Pretty sure everyone that owns VR equipment is a nerd. Pretty sure of that. This is how I know I'm not a nerd. You want a VR from work? Wow, that's so cool. Oh my god. It is fun, but not that good. Oh, okay. Help Wanted 1 and 2. Oh, FNAF Help Wanted 1 and 2. It is still a gimmick and it's heavy on your head and neck. It strains your eyes and the cords are annoying. Oh, so it hurts. You have an HTC Vive. Is that a VR brand? You had a Vibe for a while. That's probably a bad brand. Then switched to an Oculus. Neither of them were what you were hoping for. Such a shame. By the way, what do you think of the completely not VR, like, what do you call it? Apple Vision? Yeah, Apple Vision. Your current VR sucks and makes you work 40 hours a week and use money on bills 1 out of 10. Wait, what? Oh no. You've only played Beat Saber and Blade and Sorcery is pretty fun. No, I only want to play VR for Beat Saber. Steam VR came out like 4 months after you bought it. Remorse. What's Steam VR? Another brand? Those things bombed hard. Apple Vision bombed, right? Valve Index, you mean? No, Valve Index. Is that a brand or is that the stock? Apple Vision Pro, more like nerd. You think they only sold 100k? Oh man. It has potential but currently has 0 features, needs more uses. Can we run ourselves over on the train?
终于到了这个时候。
Vision Pro stuff looks kinda cool, too
真是令人
expensive.
伤感呀。
Yeah, it's too early. You need Beat Saber on it. You need Beat Saber. You just want to hook yourself up to a machine like an SAO, right? Why can't everyone just SAO and SAO forever and also not need to eat in real life? Or like have the nutrition pods built in. Or Overlord. What's the plot synopsis or all those kinds of isekais? Yeah, those are nice. Those are nice. I like Log Horizon. Dick Sucker 300,000 one day friend. You got the Quest 2, so it's a standalone VR set. You don't even connect it to PC. We can hook it up to use Steam games. Wow, that's really cool. Otherwise, VR is not really worth it. Log Horizon's great, yeah. I like that show. I watched it during my bachelor's. Here we are at last. It's sad to say
天下没
goodbye.
有不散的
Yeah.
宴席，等回到列车上，
That's a
你的伤
Shangri-La
感就
Frontier,
该消失的
Keggy.
差不
What's
多了。
Shangri-La Frontier? You do want to see a VR concert one day. Oh, that's so cool. Ah, that's so cool. And you can adjust the volume. Shangri-La Frontier. Another VR game anime. Oh, I haven't seen it. Is it fun? Images. I'll... he's a birdie? He's a birdie? A hollow concert that you can attend in VR. Ice Bank Mice Elf. What's Ice Bank Mice? Oh, Ice Bank Mice Elf. Being your shit in VR is probably rad. Yeah. You did see a DJ Sharpnel live. You thought it was okay, but you didn't finish it. Burp. What? Ice Bank? What did I say? What did I say? Ice Bank myself. Ice Bank. Ice Bank. Ice Bank. Oh. I. I liked. Nah, that's not the same. That's interesting. Why is he a bird? Why is he a bird? I wonder if that that's a skeleton light novel will ever turn into an anime. Yeah, I want to see that one as an anime. Yeah. It's MMO shenanigans. He's wearing a bird mask because it was the only thing that would fit requirements. What skeleton one? So there was this Korean, I think. I'm not sure if it was Korean or Japanese, but I think it was Korean. There was this Korean skeleton thing about like a dude who that is not Overlord. It's about some guy that like gets called upon by some goddess, and I didn't actually read most of it, but the premise was he's got called on by some goddess who's like, you need to do a mission, and he's like, what? And then she says, you need to do a mission, and you can get one perk, and he like asks for something, and she's like, okay, you can become a skeleton then, because that way you have like some perk about not dying, I think. I can't remember. And then he goes in, and in this world he has to fight undead, but he looks like an undead, and there's other players who are called upon by the goddess who are supposed to be doing things, and they don't know that he's a skeleton, and he is very sad about not being able to beat his meat anymore because he's a skeleton. That was the premise. Why does the Birdman remind you of Inosuke for Demon Slayer? What does that look like? Inosuke Demon Slayer. Sounds familiar. Is it this one? Let me check. I haven't read all of it. You'd be pissed too. Yeah, I was pretty mad. Oh, Boarhead. Let me search it up. Skeleton Knight in Another World. He's a skeleton knight. Can a knight stand what's going on around him? I think it's a... Wow, there's a lot of skeleton ones, huh? I think it's... Let me see the synopsis. Let me see synopsis. Waking up, an unnamed gamer finds himself in an avatar body. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. No, it's a different one. It was a different one. I think it was probably Korean. But still, they made a skeleton one. I'm happy they made a skeleton one. I think I just like seeing skeletons run around for some reason. Badass skeleton king, but you can't get with any fantasy lady. It's so sad. Konosuba. Konosuba. I don't think I've ever seen Konosuba. Nothing lasts forever. You'll stop feeling sad the moment you set foot in the express. Hey, I'm not that heartless, you know. No, she totally is. Ains is still the best skeleton. Konosuba is great. Is Ains from Konosuba? Ains, no, it's from Overlord. It's from Overlord. Oh, it's a main character. It's a main character from Overlord. Actually, Kegi, you wanted to recommend for a game for you to check out. It's called What Beats Rock. It's not like a full stream material. It would be cool if you checked it out for a round or two one of these days. Technically, yeah. Definitely recommend. I'm horny for skeletons. I like skeletons. They have been in the same show. Ains and Konosuba. what's it called? What beats rock? What beats rock? Game? This? What beats rock? Paper. I'm so confused. I'm confused. Wait. What's what beats rock? Light novels way better if you're into reading those. Huh? Have fun, Fire. When you really like the anime, is this Konosuba or is this Overlord? That was it, but your edge doesn't have emojis rendering correctly for some reason. One beats rock. Rock. No repeats. Try something else. I didn't say rock. Oh, I see. There's supposed to be an emoji here, right? But Edge is like, no, we're not gonna let you have emojis. No, I was saying, have fun after. Like, have fun when you go do it. Leave Jarilo 6 and return to the express. Alright, I want to have one last look. Let's just go. Go. Such a shame. It's a game where you have to keep finding things that beat other things. Oh, okay. Oh, of course not. I'm saying we have limited assets, and we need new parameters. This one I can't pause. Assets, parameters. You sure love your fancy words. Are they having a fight? Forget it. Leave it to me. I'll go down to myself. What? Come on, Seal. I won't leave you two. Look, Cabrania. We're leaving. They're having an argument as we leave. There'll be plenty of difficulties waiting for them, right? Yeah, lovers quarrel. Yes, your future is filled with even more uncertainty than ours. But we will prevail here, even if it means arguments like this go on forever. Aww. They're totally happy with their lovers quarrel. They won't go on forever if I win them. They're sick, a cute couple. Yeah, they're such a cute couple. Welcome, you three. Hello, welcome home. Yeah, we're back home, Mommy Himeko and Daddy Welt. That's why I like Welt, because he's a daddy. Himeko also can be our mommy. Whatever, I give up on them. Just be our mommy and daddy, please.
这次杨叔，开拓小分队的第一次任务，这就顺利完成了。
Himeko, Mr. Young, Team Trailblaze back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished.
亲身参与这次开拓之旅，但光从结果就能看出大家有多努力。恭喜各位！ 尤其是你，大家对你的首秀评价很高。
Which is with big hats. Okay, Google how to get more sun to shut the fuck up. Oh no. Did you like the Japanese march any better? Chuckles. Though Wilt and I didn't get the chance to go with you, I can tell you worked hard to bring things back to normal. Well done, everybody, and especially you, Powder. I heard a lot of good things about you. Oh, really? How would you rate my performance? Can I get skip the next mission and get some rest? Oh yeah, it's doodle time. I was actually going to end earlier, but somehow I didn't. You don't remember JP and March at this point? Okay, right after this conversation over, Chuckles, and miss out on a great adventure? I don't think you'd like that. I'm done. Get some rest on the express. Jarilo 6 was not an easy ride. Pom Pom is of the opinion we should leave as soon as possible to avoid potential resurgences of anomalies we experienced earlier. Himeko and I agree. Yeah. Which means we need to decide where our next destination is soon. We're trying to rush through it. That's right. That's the path of the nameless, I presume. Always on the road, always trailblazing. This one? No. What's going on? No? I'm not complaining, by the way. One adventure after another. That's exactly what I signed up for. Will we play character today? No, because Fire insulted me last time, so I'm coping by doodling. Looks like March has fallen in love with the way of the nameless. That's good to hear. You can head back to your rooms for some rest, or stay here and make yourselves a cup of coffee. Whichever you like. I'm still hurt. Back to my room then. There, I was thinking this guy would gradually open up. We can give him some time, March. I think he treasures the time spent with you guys. Aww. Powder, about your battle against the Supreme Guardian and the whole Stellar situation. You must have a lot of unanswered questions, I suppose. Yeah. How long will this cutscene be? While you were away, Welton and I did some research and came to some interesting conclusions. Let me know if I missed it. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We'll go doodle. We'll doodle now. But I mean, if you really want to do Gartic, we can actually do Gartic. I was considering making Gartic just twice a week because I'm still I'm still reeling from last time. So if you really want, we can do it. If you think about it, Gartic, just do it. Okay. If you really want Gartic, we can do Gartic. If you really want Gartic, I don't mind. We can do Gartic, sure. I'm happier now because you're out here. So I'm done coping. I'm done coping. I'm okay now. Okay, sure, we can do Gartic instead. Because I feel better. Because I feel better from before. Although I'm lonely when we play Gartic because you're all gone. You're all gone. But let me set this up. Wow, you can have so many avatars. Okay, I'll be a bomb. I like that. Sure, we'll play Gartic. We can just cheat and watch his stream. Now, don't worry about it. I feel better now. Before I was reeling. I was very tilted from last time. Okay. How and Zhao joined so did Chadwick. Hi Chadwick. BMO is so smart and also joined. I guess Chadwick. Hello Chadwick. You feel lonely after doing Gartic. Hi Cabbles. Hi Cabbles. Nice to see you, Cabbles. Dun, dun, dun. Hi, I love Powder. Aww. Powder, maybe you might be insulting you again today. Yeah? Slash mute. How do you slash mute someone? The bomb head. Let me mute you. Oh, how do I do that? Your information. Let's see. Slash surely there's something here. Surely there's something here. I'll scroll through it and no. Damn it, it's not here. Exclamation mark, mute fire. Exclamation mark, mute fire. Slash timeout. Slash timeout. Fire. Rainbow. Rainbow. 5980. And then what do? Do you have a second? Do you have a second? I don't know how it works. Duration, reason. Is it in seconds? Slash timeout. Fire rainbow. Fire rainbow. 5980. Yeah. Duration 30. Reason insult. Oh, it works. It works. Okay, let me copy paste that in case I need it again. Timeout. Fire rainbow. 580. Yeah. 30 and insults. Alright, I have it in my copy paste now. Great. Alright. I think Skeltel's not here today. Right? Yeah, Skeltel's not here today. Too bad. The cool artist isn't here. Yeah. Aww. Well, let's go. Alright. I think she's busy now. Oh, she's getting back to the swing of being in real life. Okay, yeah, bye fire rainbow. What? Bye fire rainbow. It's fine. Anyway, yeah, it was nice having you here. Don't want to be here again. Okay, goodbye. Bye. Yeah, it's been so long. This is abusive. All fire rainbows. Hey, yeah, when you say you want to insult someone, when you say you want to insult someone, you open yourself to those kinds of things. These things are a two-way street. This is your love language, I assume. You said you might. You said you might. That's why you opened yourself up. This was our contract. The possibility is the contract. It's saying, hey, I'm the kind of person that likes insulting people, which means that my love language is getting abused. Let me put a little thing. It's okay. Yeah, if you said there's no possibility, then I would be fine. I would be like, okay, yeah, that's not my love language. But I assumed we had a contract here. I wouldn't want to go. This was hard and slow. We heard that there was going to be home. This was the hope that we wanted to know. It even still says you're timed out from the chat. No, it doesn't. You are perfectly showing up. You're actually still perfectly showing up. You need to get your eyes checked by a rainbow. Let's see. I missed this part, but it doesn't matter. We heard the moving heart. There was a different start. Tell me what we could go. Right before you type, it says something. It says you've been timed out from the chat. But your chats are only showing up. Yeah, I only timed you out for 30 seconds. What is this? What is this? This is interesting. Aw, this is sweet. How cute. Aww. Aw, this one's so adorable. A streamer banned you for doing nothing? Aw, did that happen to you? I guess that really is your love language. You must love being stepped on. Okay, I'll be more I don't know. Am I supposed to joke with you or am I supposed to be genuine? I can't tell. People call insults as normal behavior now. Alright, well, I have a really hard time reading, moods. You didn't say anything or nothing to offend someone, you just got banned. Oh, well, you know what? I feel bad for you. I don't know how that happened to you, but that's unfortunate. Always sucks when, the hand of God comes down like that, right? Let's see, how does this look like? I positioned it in the wrong place. Positioned it in the wrong place. Whatever, it's fine. No, this is totally how one looks like. We heard the song that slowly started. This was what we wanted to see. we heard alone that slowly began to be. Slowly wanted to see. How did you know that we could rise? How did you know that this could be? How did you want to slowly see moonlight and caves in the open ride? How did you want to know? How did you want to go? We could only begin to. He's got issues with that. Ah, man. Well, it's unfortunate. We heard the moving night. We heard the starlight. What could this? This one's cute. You drew something insane. I can't wait. Not enough time. I was thinking too hard. Ooh, this one's so simple. Yay! This was hard. Have a good time taking care of your pets. Say hi to your pets, all of us. Thank you for sitting here. Starlight, star bright. Tell me, what do you know? This was the world that we hoped for. Starlight, star bright. Tell me, what do you know? This is an astronomical overflow. We're moving out beyond the whispered wind that we see. This is the waiting, beginning to be. Waiting through the endless snow. Tell me all the reasons that we know. As I would go, as I would go. There's a bunch of construction workers in front of me right now. It's kind of fun watching them. They're kind of like Lego people. Finally an easy prompt. Yay! I also got an easy prompt. I'm so happy. I'm looking at the construction workers right now, like while waiting, and like now I think about it, I've never really observed construction people before because they're always up on like big towers, like because I live in a city, yeah, and usually they're like on super tall platforms, so I don't get to see them work. This time, I'm like eye level with them, basically, yeah. It's nice though that they're in the no, they're not. I was gonna say it was nice they're in the shade. But actually one of them is out in the sun. No, city dweller unaware buildings can be built from the ground up. I've never seen the building from the ground up. I've only ever seen it when they're like high up. They're near you? Yeah. There's construction happening near me. That's why when I had the I tuned into stream too late. I'm tuning into my stream too. Aw. If I just shift my computer around, then they'll totally see me. Ooh, this one's fun. I ran out of space. You know what? This is fine. I have no more time. I have no more time to go to the next one. Oh my god. Okay, that was the last one. Look, these drawings are wild. Okay. I'll wait until you're. I'll wait a little bit before I click on the start button. No. By the way, yeah. By the way. So like, I don't know if I did something wrong today. I don't know if I did something wrong today. I don't know if I was a little more like meaner compared to usual. So if I do feel like, if I do like seem kind of not, my usual like nicer self, I'm really sorry. You can tell me. You can tell me. I really do apologize. Like I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Oh, I'm okay. Oh, okay. Just, yeah, I just felt like I should probably apologize. YouTuber rules are stricter than this usually. Okay. Yeah. Streamers ban if you watch the stream in silence the wrong way. Okay. I didn't make you uncomfortable. Okay. I was worried about that. Anyway, we can start it now. Watching movies while eating popcorn. No, this was me. Yeah. And then Zeldra's watching movies while eating. Aw, this is so cute. Oh my god. Oh, dude, Chadwick ran out of time. Wait. Well, also they just continue the prompt, right? If we run out of time. This is so cute too. What? Fish behind bars being watched by a crowd. That's BMO, and then how? True, exactly that. We were just a group of disturbed individuals. Well, at least we're disturbed together. The fish is in the jail and people are watching it kinky. Aww. Oh, okay, we could go back over it. Watching movies while eating popcorn. This one's so cute. Eating popcorn, watching people shoot each other. You realize you drowned yourself in the corner. Oh wait. What's your name? What was your? No, wait. You don't have to say what your name. Kebab. It's one of them. Kebbles maybe. It's okay. If this makes you feel better to not have your name, I'm gonna guess Kebbles because it's like kebab. You love powder hair. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is it I mean, there could also be Chadwick, but kebab said draw self in corner, so it must be this one. You wrote it automatically because you used Kebbles for everything else. Oh, we found a new kebab name. So, someday you could mess with me by using each other's names. You're Zell and you're Hal. I could believe it, except for the fact that the Zell seems to like using hard lines more. And KB on Twitter, like Kibba or Kebbles. Oh, they both work. Kebbles is also his Discord name or account name. Oh, the username. And your Apple. Okay, so this was the cute one. And then I think they just move the prompt over when it's empty. Yeah. So this one was kebabs. I think, yeah, kebabs, and there was a fish, and so, because it was Finding Nemo, it was a Finding Nemo, isn't it? You were going for Finding Nemo, right? I think you were going for Finding Nemo, but then BMO says fish behind bars being watched by a crowd, because, like, it kind of looks like an aquarium, maybe? Yeah, this was Finding Nemo. And then it became fish behind bars. Watch by a crowd because it's more like an aquarium. Wait, a BMO can see green though, right? Just making sure. Finding Nemo. You almost said aquarium. Yeah, you almost said aquarium. Fish in jail. We were watching. It was like kinky. This was fun. I like this one. A house is keg throwing a bolt of Grand Sax Ash of War. What's a Ash of War? Who's Grand Sax? Chadwick draws. I'm scared. Redicooner. Trolling. I'm gooning. I love powder hair. Orange Squidward jerking it. Those Kebbles. Zell draws this. Orange Squidward trolley problems. SpongeBob. That was the last one. Squidward. It ended up being Squidward. And we went from gag throwing. We went from gag throwing photographs like Ash of War to this beautiful thing. Yeah, a red gooner drooling, and then to Squidward jerking it, and it went from red to orange Squidward, Charlie Brown, SpongeBob, because Squidward must be with SpongeBob. This Chadwick drew the same thing every time. Oh, really? You saw it before? Oh, I see. You got a variation of drawing. Okay, we'll see it soon. A cow cosplaying as Powder. Says Zao becomes a cow cosplaying as Powder. Keggy as a dairy cow. Oh, I saw that one. Says Kebab. Well, this was a dairy cow. Keg. Says me. Powder Kitten turned into a cow and isn't very happy. Accidental sad face. Oh, yeah, I think this is the same one. Dark skin amputated crazy block person. Gooning. Maybe it's a bot. I don't know who Chadwick is. I don't know how this happened. I don't even know if Chadwick has a prompt. Biden. Oh yeah, Chadwick had a prompt. Who is Chadwick? That's so interesting. You know what? It worked out. It worked out. Sleepy Joe taking a nap in the Oval Office. This is a sleepy normal person. Oh, this is how you can enable Discord only. Yeah. Okay then. Well, we can also just post it there too, right? But next time. It's fun the first time, but if it happens again, it's not so fun anymore. Well, let me go back to the beginning. Yeah, it'd be better, you think? Yeah. It's okay this time because it's the first time. Next time we'll do as you said. Is Scale in Discord? Next time she's here. Oh no. I don't think. I mean, I guess I could send it to her myself. I could also do that. But I don't think Scale's in the Discord. Yeah. Biden went to Sleepy Joe taking this is Kebab, and then no, this is torture. Sleepy Joe taking a nap in Oval Office. Then this is how regular guy taking a nap in an oval area. And gotta clean the Discord. Maybe she uses a different name or only Mr. Doggy. I'm pretty sure only Mr. Doggy's in the Discord, but honestly, Mr. Doggy doesn't even look at the Discord, so technically neither of them are really there. Man with straw hat and blue overalls lying down, says me, and we got kind of the same picture somehow. Feeling well was so smart, and so this drews this, which is honestly pretty similar. Farmer sleeping. You're pretty sure Skills Discord is Eli. How's your dog one? BMO, Keggy and Mr. Doggy go on a lovely date. You get over my not going outside. Doggy and verbal girl. I'm always like hesitant to say whether it's me or not. It's the purple. Dog marrying blue mermaid. Lamia thing. Says how. This was by Zell. And then Kebab has this one. And Chadwick doesn't really do the prompts. It does look like her. Yeah, you will change the roles around so we have a family role for them if she joins. Yay! I hope she comes. This whole time Skills coding in DC. Definitely a bot. Yeah. Oh well, it's fine. No. First time's okay. Yeah, first time is fun. You always imagine her having a ghost bottom. Oh yeah, and you have to use the blue because there's no purple, right? You have to manually select the purple. Piggy reminiscing about escaping the slaughterhouse. Oh, that was the first one I saw. And I forgot the slaughterhouse. I'm sorry. I saw Piggy, drew Piggy. I forgot it. Piggy giving corpse. Rim job. What? This one's actually okay. This is okay. This is okay for this one. Don't know another perversion. Your drawing skills betray you properly with properly portraying it. I think it worked. We could tell the ghost. Man hums and drools over baby. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. Totally got it. Totally. Whoops. Piggy reminiscing about escaping slaughterhouse from Kebab. Gets Piggy thinking, but it didn't really work out. Big giving Corpse a room job for what? It's okay, I understand how that happened. This was weirdly accurate. Total over version is also weirdly accurate. Somehow then we went back to normal. And then and Jarilo's over baby. It's okay, by the way. I don't feel insulted if you're saying it to me this way. I actually don't. I actually don't. If you're worried about that, I'm not. Cute. Aw, I'm glad you like the pig though. The earth, but it's evil. The moon is scared of it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is fry. Yeah, torture. Oh my god, this is so nice. Oh, this is so nice. What a pretty Earth and Moon thing. 2 planets. We got 2 planets. 2 Earths. I think it stayed. Oh no, it was empty. So the 2 planets just carried forward. So in the end, there was another 2 planets, and then the final frontier. Okay. We moved on to the final frontier. This is really funny. The earth, but it's evil. The moon is scared. This is so pretty. That's so pretty. 2 planets. It's very understandable. And it ended up being planets. And then we got 2 Earths. And then the prompt carried on. So we just moved to the final frontier. Okay, yeah, well, it's 3:54. It's 3:54. I don't know if I need to, like, I feel like, do I need to say something? Do I need to say something? Anyway, I like, do I need to say something? I don't know. Honestly, not accounting for the Gooner bot, it was pretty good. I acted perfectly normal. Oh, okay. About it. You should say whatever monkey say. I'll say it. It's nothing. It's. I think Hal kind of knew what I was trying to say. I was just like, I don't know. I feel like so I'm really happy. It makes me really happy that you're here and told me it was okay. But I do feel bad. Like, if any time it happens that I'm acting meaner than normal, like, do tell me. I don't like being that version of myself. And if I do go over there, like, you are at liberty to stop me. Like, that is totally that is okay. Don't worry about it. Like, I don't know if I overreacted also, so that's also something. I felt like I was being very childish. I feel like I was being extremely childish, but I wasn't really sure. So yeah. The smallest, slightly horny comic crony gets usually scared for about horny. It's I guess it's different in each culture, right? I see. Don't think I was super mean. If you go too far, we will reprimand you. Okay, thank you for the reassurance that you will reprimand me. Please raise the Tamagotchi well. I could tell you felt it was no biggie. Okay, thank you for telling me. Crony also tells me, yes, that's true. Oh yeah, I listened to Crony a little bit because I heard she has a really pretty voice. Yeah, I do, like, it's so velvety. If you go too far, you must speed on Twitter, promise. Maybe socked feet. My foot is still injured, by the way. I still have a like, what do you call it? Like, blood spot on behind my toe, underneath my toe. So if I grow bigger as a channel, you'd be stricter. Okay. Yeah, thank you for telling me. And this was from a long time ago. Like, during the move, I banged something on my toe, and it still has a blood spot underneath it. I will come. I mean, like, I probably won't do it, but yeah, sure. If I go too far, maybe that's my punishment. No injuries like that will take a long time. Yeah, it was from a long time ago, but it's feeling okay. So I think that eventually the blood spot will go away. Yeah, which is nice. I kind of want to stay a little longer. I'm gonna want to stay a little longer. Do you want to look at Duolingo? Do you want to look at Duolingo? Can I stay a little longer? As long as your toes will start rotting. Yeah, I'm scared of that. Hi Ranja, nice to see you. Did you watch anime today? Yeah. Let me open up Duolingo in the meantime. Okay. Yeah. Don't leave. Wait, what? Why are there two of me all of a sudden? OBS did a little something. OBS did a little something. Hi, sorry. Let me swap over here and change it from the Twitter to Twitch chats. Let me turn that off. Turn this on. Ooh, that's big. Oh, that's big. Wrong one. Hold on. Give me another moment while I fix something. There we go. All right. There's two of you now. There's two of you now. Okay. Yeah, that was the one from YouTube. Here on the big screen. Yeah. Yeah. More. Okay. I think we fixed it. Now I can move myself. Okay. Hi. Okay. What's your streak? It's 0 again. You wanted to say bye to Kebab. Oh, Kebab, are you going? No. Are you going, Kebab? Wait, are you leaving still? And was confused by why his messages were not in chat. Oh, yeah. That was the YouTube one. That was the YouTube one. Aw, thank you for the hat. Oh, thank you for reminding me to drink water. Oh. That was like the last drop. I do need to go soon to get water. Okay. Let me straighten him. Oh, so Kebab, what happened was the YouTube chat showed up for a moment, and should I do Japanese or Korean? Just continue with Japanese, whatever. Your YouTube chat showed on the screen, and the last thing that happened in YouTube was you said bye. Yeah? So it still was up there, and I think Zell was looking at the screen of the YouTube chat of Kebab being like bye. So Zell said bye, and that's more or less what happened. You must stay hydrated for the health of my feet and the quality of pics. No, I don't actually. I don't know. If I do something bad, then fine, I'll do it as an apology. But I don't want to make make people feel bad about like immersion breaking. For sure, maybe one day. Can you also get water? Oh, go ahead. Be healthy. Really healthy for all of us. Is the story getting an anime adaptation? What lore? There was a VTuber anime, wasn't there? Lawyer. Bengoshi, I think.
弁護士
Yeah, I remember. I remember that. Mizu? Mizu, water.
水
Yasashi.
優しい
Nice. It's currently airing. I should wait until it's done. Isha?
医者
Doctor. If you don't post feet pics, people will be disappointed. So as apology, you must post feet pics. No, there's only one path.
先生
That's it. I guess there's a good reason to get into something problematic. Which of these is a student?
学生
Gakse, probably. Yeah. No kanji on Duolingo. Oh, is there no kanji on Duolingo? I don't know. I hope you didn't hear that. I've been swallowing so much air. The other one was Kizuna Island, but that sucked. This one's slightly better. Oh, the VTuber animation is great. Seems like you two are of slightly different opinions. Gakse desu. She's a student. I have to admit, you don't get why they put illustrations of a student because you don't even need to try. Yeah? Yeah, because you already have the other ones, right? By process of elimination. Oh my god. Thank you for staying for 2 months here. Kebab. Thank you for the subscription. I'm always so happy and surprised. You're currently rewatching 12秒でも声がしたい Yeah. It's a Chunibyo one. I think you told me about it before. Something about a bunch of Chunibyos, right? A teacher and a student. Sensei to gakusei. I think that's it. Yasashi hito. Cool person. No, nice person. Nice person. Yasashi hito.
かっこいい学生
Yep, that one's cute. There's an eye patch girl. I think I heard that before.
かっこいい学生
Kakoi
か
gakuse.
っこいい
Gakuse.
学生
Yay, cool student. Student. Gakuse. Recently watched Kite. Also pretty good. It's kind of sad, like all good romances. Is there anyone that ends happily at least? Or is the sadness part of the charm? Which one of these is student?
学
Gakuse.
生
Kite, like in
かっこいい人。
English. I was still in like the brain space of looking at the other Japanese one title. Not kite, but kite. If you don't cry watching the romance, it fucking sucks. Oh, okay, so I see. The sadness is part of the charm. Nihongo, brain space. Yeah. What is this again? Kakoi hito. Cool person. Who's... You're a cool person. You're a cool human. For some reason, most kyo ani anime, just mushes into one big anime in your head. What's kyo ani? Like the chuni anime gets mixed with kyokai no kanata. Are they both about chuni? Hito. Okay, that's it. Matching pairs. Hito. Person. Sensei. Teacher. Yasashi. Nice. Kakoi. Cool. Gakusei. Student. Kyo Ani is a studio. Oh, I see. Yeah, like Shaft. You think I'm cool. Kyo Ani is an anime studio. Kyoto Animation. Oh, I see. It's short for Kyoto Animation. Yasashi gakusei desu. Nice student. And then we can put the Shiza in the front so we don't lose hearts. She's a nice student. Yes. Why is Shaft the first thing you think of? I used to watch these Shaft head tilt compilations. I thought it was really fun, and they would have them with like music. So that's why Shaft is the first one I think of. Trigger is the best studio. You'll die on the hill. I don't actually know any animation studios except for Shaft because of the head tilt. He's a lawyer. 弁護士です。
優しいです。
You know, kill, Keki? Yeah, I do know it. I didn't watch it, but I do know it. I watched like half of the first episode. Kill is Trigger. Oh, wow, they're very distinct then. Trigger. What else have... I wonder if I would... I probably wouldn't know. You know what, let me sidetrack for a moment. Trigger. Animation Studio. Anime list. Cyberpunk Edge Runners. There's no way I would know. There's no way I would know, but I'm looking at it anyway. Is Tengen Toppa Gurren Nankan Animation Studio? Where can I find it? Is it on Wikipedia? Directed by Studio. It's Gainax. Hey, Gainax sounds familiar. I don't know why. You will recognize a Trigger anime if you know about the studio. Oh, so they have a very distinct art style. I see. It's very stylized. You love Kill la Kill for the characters. Gainax. Why does Gainax sound familiar? I don't know why. I have no idea why Gainax sounds familiar. But Gurren Lagann is apparently Gainax.
優しいです。
優しいです。や。さし。い desu.
Desu.
Yay, yeah. Gainax said panty stocking. Oh, that's why I heard of it, because of panty and stocking. Hey, they're both kind of similar, right? Trigger and Gainax. Then, Trigger employees are from Gainax. Oh, no wonder. No wonder. Isha, hito, person, kakse, student, yasashi, nice, kakoi, Little Witch Academia. Oh, was that one of them? Little Witch Academia. One of the best ops. Ops? What's an ops? Is it an opening? A cool person. Yasashi.
Yasashi.
Hito. Well, what did I do wrong? Yasashi. Hito. What did he say? Kakoi. Wait, I thought he said yasashi hito and not kakoi hito. Oh, that said cool person, not nice person. Openings, yes. Oh, it means openings. Okay, thank you. And it's still about Gurren Lagann. No, okay. Yeah. Kakoi. Whoopsies.
学生です。
学生です。学生です。
です。
Yay! Yeah. Okay. Matching pairs.
優しい。
優しい。
弁護士。
弁護士。医者。Doctor.
先生。
Sensei. かっこいい。Yay! A cool person. Okay. Yeah, I won't make the same mistake as last time.
かっこいい。
かっこいい人。Check. Okay. We got one. We got one and definitely did not continue our streak. Oh, we actually got 2 days. Wait. I'm surprised we actually had a streak at all. Okay, yay! Oh, hi, Dingus. I just finished. Yeah, I just did some Duolingo because I wanted to stay here a little longer. That's all. But I should definitely be leaving now because if I stay too long, I'll disturb people having lunch. So, in any case, thank you so much for being here. I'm always really happy to see you all the time. I'm always surprised and really happy to see you. Originally, when I started today, I was a little worried because I probably wasn't like in the best place, although I was definitely not super sad. But at the end, I still felt really happy. So thank you so much for being here. But I guess for now, it's goodbye.